Good evening. I'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order at 7 o'clock on this Juneteenth holiday. Welcome, everyone, or in this case, welcome, Kate. We have a extra long agenda this evening, so we'll go ahead and dive right into 3.0, the superintendent's report. Dr. Schwartz, take it away.
Okay, well, welcome, Kate.
I'm glad everyone showed up for my very important presentation.
Yes, we're all here. So we've got a number of items on the superintendent's report this evening, many of which are presentations, year-end presentations, as this is the last official board meeting of the 21-22 school year. So we are going to begin under 3.1 with a GATE presentation on math, and it's called Big Ideas Math. And Big Ideas is a program that our audience was piloting at her school over this past winter and spring. And it is one that we would like to move forward to adopt for her school. We have found that this program has more benefits for the unique population of her students, more so than the math expressions that is used at our other elementaries. So this is more of a, I'll say, a personalized math program for GATE. On the agenda today, I do not have the Big Ideas Math as a action item, because typically we get presentations on curriculum and we don't approve them until the next meeting. So our next meeting is not until the first week of August. So what I would ask is that after the presentation, because we would need to order materials so that they are here in time for school to start. We cannot wait until the first week of August to place that order. They won't be here on time. So if you're okay after the presentation, you're feeling all right, even though it's not an official adoption, if you give us the green light to go ahead and order materials, if that's kind of where your head is at, so that those are here in time for the kids. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Martin, who will take us through the pilot program and the subsequent proposal. So take it away, Kate.
Great. Well, good evening to this large audience. I am going to be sharing with you a little bit about our Big Ideas pilot that we did this past year for 21-22. Just to give you some background knowledge. So math expressions, as Dr. Schwartz mentioned, is used K-5 across all of our elementary schools. And that included GATE for up until this past year. And then all of the middle schools also use Big Ideas Math, however, already for their 6th through 8th grade math textbooks. So, so we kind of found, and Julie, you can go to the next slide. One of the biggest challenges that we had was two reasons. One was that there was a really big disconnect when our students were on math expressions for grades 2 through 5. And then when they had to make that jump to 6th grade math, it became really difficult all of a sudden. And we really, as a team with my staff, we kind of problem solved why. And what the feedback was that I got from my teachers was that the math expressions was not rigorous enough for our students. And then when they had to jump to the middle school curriculum, which is also paced faster because we use the advanced curriculum. So it basically, they complete 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math instead of in 3 years, they complete it in 2 years. And so the pace and the rigor, they had a hard time keeping up with. And when we looked back at a lot of the math expressions, lesson plans and the workbooks that the students had, they didn't have as much problem solving. They didn't have as much of the longer, more intricate multi-step problems. So when we compared it to the 6th grade one, we really found a really big gap. And so we wanted to align with our middle school math curriculum. Since it's big ideas, we wanted to try out big ideas in our elementary school. And so this kind of brought us to this point where this past year, our 2 through 5 teachers had the chance to do that. Julie, go ahead. So some of the benefits of the curriculum that we found was that it had a really strong focus of every lesson. It followed all of those typical learning targets and standards and all of those, typical things you see with a curriculum, but then it also added in that rigor, specifically in the procedural skills and their fluency. And then also using a lot of that specialized math tier 3 language that we would expect to see within all of our textbooks. It does come with a workbook, just like Math Expressions does, but it was full color, so it was a little bit more engaging. And then it had a lot of online features that the teachers really enjoyed, such as the online assessments that you can tailor to their needs. They had video explanations. We used our old hands-on manipulatives this past year, but it does also come with next year if we do adopt it. Hands-on manipulatives that go along with each lesson. So we really found that it did add a lot of rigor to our lessons. Go ahead, Julie. So just in the progression of things, like I said, the teachers and I advocated for a math curriculum other than Math Expressions. We didn't find that it was meeting our needs. So we completed that pilot during the 21-22. I did present another offer to the teachers because you don't just always want to do a pilot and then automatically adopt it. They did have a chance to preview another math curriculum pilot, which was called Bridges, but the staff voted to move forward and adopt Big Ideas because of their experience with it this year.
Hey, Ms. Martin, before you go forward, with the teachers that voted, how did that vote go? Was it pretty, I know it was majority, but was it overwhelmingly?
Oh, yes, overwhelmingly. I don't think anyone wanted to try out another one, mostly because they found it quite beneficial. And I actually asked some of my teachers, you can see up here, to give some of their feedback as to why. So that was a wonderful question and segue. And so, Megan Zimmerman was one of our 4th and 5th grade math teachers. She loved the student self-assessments that are at the end and used that tool to gauge whether or not students were ready to move forward and take ownership of the learning, which we want really the students to start taking that locus of control. Amanda Merrill did 2nd, 3rd grade, and she loved the built-in differentiation. And she loved that the lessons progress in a logical, meaningful way from the basic computation to problem solving and real world application, so they can dig deeper into those topics. And like she used a lot of those online components too, the videos and the games and things like that go along with it. So you didn't really need, we still used Khan Academy and other online resources, but this also comes with its own as well. And Lisa Monblanco is a 2nd, 3rd grade teacher, and she's been teaching gifted students for quite a while. And she felt like her students were not able to just breeze through the workbook as they did other math programs, and that they were able to not only dig deeper, but then in addition to that initial lesson, it also had the enrichment sections for students that were ready to go forward and the reteach for those who needed explained and practiced again. So I don't think I had anyone really that was wanting to try Bridges. Really, as a grade level team for 2nd and 3rd grade and 4th and 5th grade, they were really all in agreement that they wanted to move forward and stay with Big Ideas. Another reason, just to add on to that, is that with Math Expressions, we really found that the assessments that were at the end of the units or tests and things like that, they weren't connecting with the lessons as much. And so what was great with Big Ideas is that they can tailor those assessments and pick and choose with which questions they wanted to use. And we've actually really tried as a school moving forward to really choose, at least 2 straight up computation questions and 2 that are real world application questions per standard, so that when the students are getting assessed, it's a good view of, if I'm testing on 4 different standards, I'm able to see specifically which one they need more work on, so that you can go back and reteach or move forward if necessary. So we're really pretty intentional with that. And that's what I like about the online part of this. So anyway, I worked with a Big Ideas representative along with Colleen, and we had the option to go with a 1, 3, or a 5-year quote on prices. 5 seemed like a really big commitment, and 1 didn't seem like quite enough. So the 3 year is what we went with. And it comes with student workbooks, teacher resources, manipulatives, an in-person training, which will occur in fall 2022 if approved. And then they have virtual follow-ups. And then of course you still have that contact with the rep. Our total price for 8 classrooms, which is essentially what that is for 2nd through 5th at Gate, is $24,189. And then that's really because it's higher because it includes the manipulatives, which you're not going to purchase every year, and then the training, which you're not going to require every year. So that will be reduced as the subsequent year because of that.
Okay, quick question.
Sure.
Were the teachers given any training prior to doing the pilot?
Minimal, yes. We did have, they don't provide the whole gamut that they would traditionally with a pilot because, they don't have a whole lot of stake in the game quite yet. But they did provide like an online training. Obviously it was COVID specific, but online because of COVID, excuse me. And it was maybe 2 or 3 hours. But the one that they'll get in the fall is a full day.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
How does this cost compare to Math Expressions, the current tool?
So most of the materials are, the different vendors have pretty comparable, they're competitors. So that's 1/10 of what we spent on Math Expressions last year to outfit the district with the newer, and that was without Gate being part of that because we knew that they were going to be piloting something different.
Okay.
And that was 5 years worth too.
Yeah.
Now the 5 years on Math Expressions?
Mm-hmm. One of the things as a former middle school math teacher, I appreciate about this is the common math language. So it's rare to find materials that work for the elementary and for the middle school. Often a company will zero in on one grade level or the next because of Gate and the nature of, accelerated kids and kids being inquisitive and really diving into math. Typically at that school, we're able to see this more vertical alignment, and it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will second that, Colleen, because not only did we see the difficulties with the differences and complexities from grade 5 to grade 6, and we're in a unique position where we are able to see that, right? Like you don't always see that connection because you're not in the same building and you're not experiencing that, I guess, that complaint of the middle school teacher being like, oh my gosh, what is going on? They don't know how to do this, this, and this. And so, our teachers are able to talk and say, okay, like what's going on? What do we need to do differently? But having 2 different math programs, and like Colleen said, they all kind of put their own little spin on the vocabulary that they use. One might call it a math mountain, and one might call it a math
Family,
a fact family, right? So like they all use different language, and it kind of creates that barrier for the kids where they have to learn this whole new vocabulary over again going into another year. So either way, it just kind of makes that transition from 5th to 6th more seamless. And since we do teach 6th and 7th grade math and 8th grade math to our elementary kids sometimes based on where they place, it just makes it for the teacher, because they might be teaching 5th and 6th or 7th grade math as well. So that much easier for them.
So based on the results of the pilot and the teachers wanting to move forward, will we be looking, if we move forward with this and it's successful, will we be looking to do this with the other elementary schools because they don't have the benefit of being in the same building like Kate said? But that's definitely something that I feel needs to be.
Yes, so math expressions it does the job that we needed to do for now, but we're reviewing it and we're looking at it. So we are going through a ELA reading review right now. We're looking to pilot this coming up year across the board, our new reading curriculum. That's a huge undertaking in K-5. So as that, progresses, materializes, and we come out on the other end with a new product that we're going to be bringing to the board, then the next thing that we're going to be looking at is math. But first, we've got to take a look at our reading materials. So we're looking probably 3 years down the road, which is great because we'll have learned quite a bit from this. It may not be that we choose big ideas for our regular K-5. We may be looking at something else that is a better fit. But for now, especially because of the nature of GATE and accelerated kids, it makes the most sense.
Gotcha.
And to go along with that, our 5-year agreement with mass expressions, we just initiate that last year or 2 years?
Right. We wanted to make sure that we didn't change too much on our teachers during the pandemic because we knew they were going to be getting trained in other things.
The dog said enough.
It scared me enough. That even that 3-year time frame works out with the mass expressions contract.
To finish the contract out.
Out too.
And to have teachers that are actually doing it in real time to offer that feedback. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I don't want you to think that, math expression is some awful curriculum, because it's not. It just doesn't fit what GATE needs at this time. Like, I mean, my 2 daughters go to Woodland and they do great with math expressions. I'm sorry, someone is walking by my house. But it's just different needs. It's just different rigor and the alignment, like I said.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. I'm always interested in bridging the gap. And you mentioned that between that 5th and 6th grade, and then we can talk about this some other time, but then there's the 8th and the 9th grade thing that's happening. Yeah. So to hear you addressing that at GATE, I think is pretty awesome. I just wonder if the other, okay.
The other thing I should mention too, that we also discussed as a team at my school, is even the jump from 5th grade having those full color workbooks to all of a sudden in 6th grade, you get to a textbook and you all of a sudden have to take all these notes in a notebook and it's not colorful and pretty and you don't have to just fill in the blanks. That's a really big jump as well. So one of the things we're going to be moving in the direction of is having some of our 4th and 5th graders stop using the workbooks. We'll start initially, but transition to note taking, because that is something that, as they get into that middle school age, that's also a big jump, to just have to take your own notes. And all of a sudden you're just supposed to know how to do that. Right. So it's definitely less of a jump because we do Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 at GATE as well. And it's definitely less of a jump to get from, math 6, 7, 8 to Algebra 1, because it's that same style, it's the same textbooks. And I believe some of our, Colleen, correct me if I'm wrong, our Algebra 1 and geometry are big ideas as well.
They're made by the same company. It doesn't say big ideas across the front of it, but it's so company. It's
definitely less of a jump once you get into that secondary math. It's just bridging that gap between 5th and 6th grade is a really big gap. So.
And Ms. Martin, what you're hearing a little bit from myself and Ms. Davis is part of the conversation we were having in our closed session with Dr. Schwartz during the evaluation. So that's where that continuation of alignment comes in, as we had that conversation earlier today. So that's still fresh in our minds too. So.
Of course. It's really, I've seen it now more than ever, having elementary and middle. It's just very important.
So Dr. Shores, you need nods, soft nods on whether or not to spend some money?
So, yeah, because we need to order the materials so they're here in time for the kids, because our next board meeting, if we wait till that point, you run, the chances of not having it by the start of school.
It sounds
I'm
greatly
so-
needed.
yeah.
Unless you have anything where you really want to put on the brakes, if you're
I
thinking.
can just hold off payment too until approval in August.
Yeah.
So unless you see anything that's prohibiting you from approving it at this point, let us know, but.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
And if anyone, I do have samples at Gate, if anyone would like to see the differences between math expressions and big ideas in 2nd through 5th, and then also the bridge into middle school, I'm more than happy to share that with you. Just reach out to me.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Thanks, Kate.
If we want some math homework, we'll let you know.
You don't get summers off.
All right. Right on that one? Okay. Thank you, Kate.
Thanks, Kate.
Appreciate it. All right. So then I guess we've got clearance to go ahead and begin ordering, Colleen, with the materials that are needed. Get it off the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Math expressions was about 8 to 10 grand a school per year, so comparatively, it's about the same price.
8 to 10 per school per year?
Here, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just pulled the invoice for that one just to see how
See the reference. That's a good reference point. Okay.
Yep.
And that'll be roughly, because this one is 24 this first year, but it'll be 16 a year after roughly.
for 8,500 a year.
8,500 off.
Yeah.
They get, subtract 85.
And with 5-year, you get a little bit of a discount.
Count with that. Okay.
Comparatively, it's around the same.
Use the right tools.
All right. All right. Perfect timing, Mr. Art, because we're jumping right into the next agenda item, which is 3.2, which is middle school pilot course proposals. And as we are transitioning from trimesters to quarters, middle school had to create some elective opportunities for students that we can quarter schedule. And so Mr. Ort and staff have been kind of looking at what course proposals, what types of courses would fit into both the strategic plan and board goals and that are of high interest to kids, even, informally surveying kids to see what kinds of things they would like to have as a topic of study, in addition to what staff also feels that students should have as a topic of study. And so, Mr. Orr's going to present to us, there's 5 courses that we're looking to pilot. And through that pilot, we will examine, kind of where, how fruitful the class, I guess, is. Looking at student achievement, student engagement, relevancy, and then bring the courses back to you probably in that December, January timeframe. Because if we will go forward with the courses to be approved, then they would need to go into the middle school course catalog so kids can select it for their schedules for the following year. So that's why I'm suggesting it come back in December, January. But we want to have some time to sort of mold and shape the curriculum as we go in this pilot stage. So I will turn it over to Mr. Ort to kind of take us through those proposals.
So we could probably move to the next slide.
Did I already say everything on that one? Sorry about that. I don't want to
Thank you,
steal your thunder.
thank you for the support, Dr.
It's a pretty good lead in, man. Isn't it?
Oh, yeah, perfect. In fact, if you would like to,
Oh,
so This next one, Intro to Technology, would be a sixth grade required course. Because we're now a one-to-one district, this is something that I wanted to create, and I started getting into the curriculum a little bit with our STEM teachers to help our kids appropriately use their technology for education. You know, a lot of the students look at the computer as like, oh, it's a computer, cool. No, it's also a textbook. It's also a calculator, a word processor, a communication device. So these are all the things that the kids have dabbled in, but we want them to become ingrained in it. So as they get to the high school can build off those skills. And then if they choose to go into the collegiate world, then the skills just keep transforming up to that arena. So this one, just go down. It'd be an introduction for basic computer and technology concepts. This course will provide opportunities for students to be innovative and create electronic design solutions while becoming familiar with software. During these activities, students will develop computer file management skills and become proficient in a variety of applications such as Google Drive and Docs. A lot of people say, oh, my kid already knows how to do that. If you've seen our students' Google Drive, they do not know how to organize. I'm still learning how to organize my Google Drive. So those things, along with this really cool app called the Calendar. So that's one of those things that our kids can navigate the most sophisticated social media. But when we say, what about the calendar? Well, what do I need this for? Your test. I have a test. Yes, if you had your calendar open, I can show you where to put it on your calendar. So those executive functioning skills meets the technology that Avondale's offering. That's what this 10-week course is supposed to do. If we can go to the next slide, please, and click on that link. So here are some proposed, this is not the order it would go in, but you notice the first thing we want to do is go through that Avondale School Technology Agreement. So those kids are seeing, okay, this is your acceptable use policy that all students need to know. The what's right and what's wrong with using our technology. And then the components of Google Classroom. Google Classroom is their virtual blackboard. It is what they use when they're at home. Hey, I'm sick. Now it's not you're a day late. It's like, hey, I'm sick. Oh, I can still do some of my assignments on Google Classroom. And this is something I'd eventually want to start offering some type of information or communication with parents, because as parents, you look at MyStar, you see your kid's grade, it's either a fist bump, big hug, or a call to the school because we got questions. So that's one of the things that would be our next steps, not only intro to tech, but intro our sixth grade parents into instructional technology that their students are using, so they have a little bit more information to inquire with their students. Then we go into components of Google Docs, Google Slides, and then all about presentation. If you've been in our media center, we have numerous TVs around our media center that all have Chromecast. So our kids can go to our extended learning areas and take their district provided device and cast up there. That's something else that I want our students to learn, because they have that at the high school as well. And those are things that those cooperative and collaborative learning opportunities that those students should have an opportunity to learn now. And we can do that in a 10-week course. So these are things that those kids are going to learn, different technological and executive functioning skills that will help them become better students in their classes from sixth grade on to their senior year. Go back. Now, the skills for success, this would be students participating in study skills seminar. We'll learn organizational and, again, executive functioning skills to help them become successful in middle school. This is kind of an extension of some of our academic center courses, but we're going to be a little bit heavier in the executive functioning skills. We want the students, that's one of the things that we're learning is kids that are transitioning from 5th to 6th grade, they're having a hard time getting that they can learn the material, but they can't necessarily organize themselves to get everything in on time, to study on time, or I have band, football or wrestling or cheer and all this other stuff. And then here they go and they're not ready for those exams. So this is a elective course kids can take to help balance school extracurriculars and the social obligations and start working into some of the leadership courses that they'd see in 7th and 8th grade. This is not as technology heavy. This is more of that mentorship heavy type quarter-long class.
It also gets into things like time management skills and how to note take, how to organize your thoughts. It gets into some of those skills that lead to success in their other courses.
So we'd be using the 7 habits of highly successful teens. So we want our kids to be successful, but we want to show them how to be successful. So often we tell our thespians, our musicians and our athletes, we want you to be successful. Go run, you'll get faster. No, there's a lot more than that. Go practice. There's a lot more than that. This is that class that gets into the what is more than that. We want those kids to have that support. So, and then working in groups and asking for help. So often a kid will come 5 weeks after a class starts and they're at a C, but they're an A student and they don't understand why. Or they don't understand the algebra that's in their class. So they don't understand whatever that standard is. If they're afraid to go up in front of the class, we have this email system that they can email their teacher with. So right there's a less abrasive way for a kid to communicate, a little bit more comfortable. A lot of kids go, I can email my teachers? Yes, you can. And in my office, I deal with that quite often. Stuart, I've been trying to reach my math teacher, but I don't want to talk to him in front of the class. Did you try emailing him? I can do that? Yeah. So just giving them that okay to go ahead and talk to those teachers. This is a soft skill class, but it can really pay dividends down the road. Rocketry is one that came up. Now this one I had when I was in 6th grade, and it was like a 5-week lesson. Now this one's going to get a little bit more in depth. So explore the evolution of rocket science as it's developed over the past century, starting from early rockets, moving on. So this class will need some financial support for the materials. I'm still working with Mr. Castillo on what that looks like. There's a couple different ways that we can fund that, but I don't think it's going to be something that's going to be outrageous. It's going to be pretty affordable. Most of it is just being able to afford the actual rocket themselves, which range anywhere from, I've seen them as little as like $11 to $12 all the way up to like $50. We're not going to be going for the $50 ones, but if we get kids into, hey, this is really cool. Like I bought my own, rocket set after this unit myself and made about 20 of them and loved it and started getting to aerodynamics. We go to the next slide, please. So some of the main topics will be weight, thrust, aerodynamic forces, lift, drag. So you're including your math, your science, your physics. This is an intro to this, and this is something where it's not, when you say take physics class, if you said that to me when I was in 6th grade, I'd ball up in the corner probably. I like physics. But when you realize what you're doing in this class, after you've done it, you just did physics, builds a kid's feeling of success, builds their confidence. That's what we need to do, is build those kids' confidence in our classes. You'll see that in another class that I'm excited about coming up about building confidence.
Mr. Orr, with the rocketry class, the first two I was in love with. This one I love from the engineering me. I'm a double E by degree. But what's the, I understand the topics that's being considered, the advantages to introducing the applicable approach to physics and math. But is it a drive from the students that's doing this? Where did this class come from?
So as we started looking at our needs for new classes with the quarters, we started doing some soft conversations and just informal conversations with what are some things that you would like? And then we cross-reference that with what talents and what abilities and what our staff was able to provide. We had a couple kids mention rocketry, but a lot of kids were just talking about engineering, things like that. We had business mentioned, which I'll be coming back to in a little bit. So when we started looking at that, like what could we do that would just be exciting, that would apply the things that we're teaching in all our core classes, but also pique the interest of our students. And so for a 10-week course, the culminating exam is, all right, let's see where it goes. And
How fast?
those kids are going to have fun with that.
Okay.
So, we as we listen to some of our students, we also were looking at where's the passion, the curricular passions from our teachers and talents from some of our teachers. And
Perfect.
really, I can tell you this, our teachers were excited when they got, it's kind of like, these are their passion projects.
Nope, makes sense. I great answer too. That's the answer I was looking for.
It's definitely different than the others.
That's why I had to ask. Yeah, the motivation is a little different than the other classes.
All right, we can go to the next one, please. Sports literature. So this one is for the reluctant reader. So as we've been looking at our different scores, reading is one of the areas that we need to focus on next year. And, reading and writing, we're trying to bring those up. Well, Mr. Thornborough is a person that he loves his sports, but he loves to trick kids into reading. And he does a good job of it. So he mentioned that his son had this class in a district adjacent to us and absolutely loved it. And this was a class that leveraged sports into reading and writing. So they investigate the different ways that sports are a reflection of our lives and our society. So there's things such as persuasive essays or argumentative essays. Should college athletes be paid or should they not be paid? Being a former college athlete, no, they should not be. Strike that from the record, please. Because I wasn't. But so when I got, if you could go to the next slide, please. So some of the topics will be sports as redemption, the American dream, the fan experience, and then social media submetrics. I was a little nervous about that, but that's where some of the writing is going to come in, is that blogging part, where kids are going to have to use what they researched, what they read, and be able to, that's the new way of argumentative writing, if you will. That's just like one aspect of it. But the class will be open to 8th grade students, and the hope is that it will appeal to a section of the school historically been low achieving English and the reluctant leader.
My son's gonna love it.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where it appeals to everybody, because some of the kids that I went to high school with, they did not play athletics, but one of them is well, he did. He just wasn't in like the big league. He was in golf, and that was pretty much it. And when he graduated, right now he is a sportscaster for Oakland University basketball.
Nice.
And there's a guy that knew more about sports than I ever did. Neil Rule. He's just an amazing guy. This would be something that, and I know he was a strong reader and writer, but he'd still take this class just for the topic. So I'm excited about what this could offer, because we have so many strong athletes that we want to build on their academic skills. And this will pique their interest, because you will see those kids thumbing through on ESPN or see what's going on, and they'll be reading that. Well, now they're going to read it, apply it, and then have conversation about it, which is kind of sounds like an English class.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I'm not afraid to trick our students into something they just might enjoy.
Fair enough.
This is one that I came up with one of our teachers that I really liked, because I had something like this: Adventures in Math. So students will complete real world problems designed to enhance math reasoning in the modern day. Projects that will include running a food truck, building a tiny house, and playing the stock market. In this class, students will develop problem-solving situations involving rational numbers, measurements, and time. This is a project-based learning class, in line with our district goal project-based learning, and every day will be a new adventure. So if you could please go to the next slide. As already said, this will utilize project-based learning approach. The teacher will present a task, a problem, or project that will require students to apply previously learned math skills. So what we're doing is we're taking what they've already learned, having them apply it to combat the age-old question, when am I ever going to use this?
Man of that.
So geometry. Would you like to buy 2 gallons of paint for $65 a gallon or just one? You repaint your daughter's bedroom for the fourth time for a birthday present. Not that just happened. So it's running a taco truck. We're getting into our business sense. Oh, well, the tacos cost this, 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 and this. Hey, did you see fuel costs out there? Got to add that in. Oh, there goes, I don't know, enough. It's going to be a little bit more expensive. So the kids are going to see the business aspect of this too, which goes right into some of our CTE courses at the high school. Road trip, building a tiny house, that's one of my favorites, because when you look at materials like, well, you can use metal studs or wood studs. There's metal studs. Yeah, there's metal studs. Well, is that cheaper? And you start, no, it's not. You're right. So, but those are the things that this class is going to present. And as they try to figure out what the costs are, they can do it the long way, or they can start looking at, well, if you take this, plug it into this formula, your answer is right there.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden, math starts to make sense. And then next thing you know, they're taking the NWA, the high stakes assessments, and we're correlating it and we're bringing it to real life for them. So that's what I really liked about this. In the weekly stock market, tracking and analyzing some classes, and we're still working on how that's going to work out, but some classes have done competitions to where like we follow the stock and let's see at the end of the 10 weeks.
I let them, at the 10 weeks, they still making money. They can have my portfolio.
Yeah, really. Exactly.
Except for the goal of 1%.
Absolutely.
This one I was really excited about, and I just had an example on the bottom right-hand corner there of, the kids actually make a little cardboard taco truck and show them, like, hey, this is what we're going to do.
Mhm.
So it's more than just the math aspect. It's that taking different parts of your learning, taking that kid that he may not be that strong in math, but he's great at art, he's great at construction, and they can apply those skills as well.
Mr. One additional example could be a real life one that may be a little close to them is like the DoorDashing or Uber Eats, and that business model to be successful.
Oh, yeah.
Because I know a lot of people have tried that, and it's not as lucrative as they once thought it was, especially with gas going up $5 a gallon. So that may be just another example you may want to throw in there as a real life, because they probably know a lot of people that are dashing or Uber Eating just to make some ends.
Yeah, and to your point, that's what's nice about this class is the problems can be as current as current events come. So when you take DoorDash and stuff like that, we can create different problems because the math is going to be applied the same.
Yeah.
So that's what is nice about that. And those are the courses that we're asking for permission to pilot next year. And as Dr. Schwartz said, we'd like to come back at the latest December, hopefully, to let you know the progress, because we would have had one full rotation from the first quarter and we'd be about 80% through the second quarter. So we'd have a good idea of where we're at. And then based on your approval, we can put those in our curriculum for the following school year. So that would be our plan for follow-up.
So I love the concept of every single one of these. They seem really great. My only question for you is adventures in math with an exclamation point. I'm just curious. I'm worried that kids are going to overlook that and not realize kind of the cool content that's built into there. I'm wondering if there's any workshopping that could be done with the name to kind of, make it sound as fun as it actually seems on paper.
100% open to suggestions. Marketing is not always my strong suit. So, but no, that actually was a concern. We played with a bunch of different names. That's something that definitely for the future, it'd be the same curriculum, but we could call it something else. What I wanted to make sure the students know is that we're going to be using math for new real world problems. So if we can get it off the ground like I think we can, and it gains the momentum that I hope it gets, I would have no problem as long as it's okay that I present that to you in December with a more appealing name. It's like a veggie burger for me, not appealing. So.
So Mr. Rohr, so I'm clear. So you're gonna pilot this with a certain amount of students, or how is this? Because like
So.
sort of schedule's locked right now.
Every quarter of these classes will be offered,
Okay.
but because what we need to do is build that curriculum up and make sure that it's going to be something that's sustainable. It's going to be something that's in line with the board goals.
Sure.
It's going to be something that represents where Avondale wants to go. And to me, everything that we do at the middle school must lead to the path, some type of path at the high school.
Sure.
So if I see all that fitting in, that's where I'm confident to ask for like the full, not pilot approval, but board approval that this is a part of our
Yep.
agreed curriculum.
Yep.
So that's why we're calling it a pilot right now, because if we see that the name is killing, like if Adventures in Math is really killing it, but we could change the name, we'll change it and present it as that name. But if like the Skills for Success class is not taking off or having the effect that we're hoping, we would look at having a different class for that following year. We want to keep our kids engaged, give them good opportunities for different choices, because that's what kids want. They want the ability to choose and learn. And with all the choices that are available up there, I need at the high school, I need to have those choices down here. Which is why I supported going to quarters, because that allows us to give some more choice to those kids and start narrowing those paths to go into what the high schools are offering with the different pathways.
It's going to teach these classes. Are you going to have to give up another class to free up a teacher to teach these classes?
No, we did everything. The way so it doesn't sound too confusing. The way I put it is this. We had one pie that was like a 10-inch pie. It used to be cut in thirds. Now we just cut it in quarters. Same amount of people are eating, same amount of people are ingrained in it. So what we're doing is we're just taking because we're doing more sections, but we're doing it in smaller sections, if that makes sense. Some of the teachers that had 5 math classes, they have 4, so they can take on that extra. And a lot of the teachers wanted, like this was their passion, so they wanted these courses.
Right. Good.
So we're not having to add staff
Right.
to accommodate these ads.
You're repurposing your staff. Yeah.
Right.
Fantastic.
Other questions?
Yeah, to Ms. Broad's point, you may be able to do that math as almost an entrepreneur class.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Nice.
That would be 100% fine with me, because that just feeds right into high school.
Yeah, yeah. And that may pull a little bit more weight than Adventures in Math.
Exclamation point.
Exclamation point.
Johnson, I'm seeing your sarcasm. Yes, that actually, really good idea. We'll have to look into that, and I might be presenting it as that.
Yeah.
Surprise.
Awesome.
So because this is a pilot, it does not require board action. It will require board action if it comes forth as a permanent ad, as curriculum goes. So like the math presentation prior to this, we'd be looking to purchase materials again so that they're ready for kids when they arrive. But as far as approving a pilot, that's not something that you normally do or would have to do, but certainly when it comes as a course addition permanently, then yes. So just to clarify between a pilot and a course adoption.
Question. There was a teacher, Ms. Johnson, at the middle school. I don't know if anyone remembers that had a middle schooler, but as I'm sitting and looking at the intro to tech pacing guide, aside from this being Google-based, this was something that she did. I don't know if it was called a typing class or
Yes.
something, but it was an intro to computers. This is how you use them. This is how you type. Do we not offer that anymore to sixth graders?
Deanna Johnson's class, you were,
That was the
Yeah.
teacher,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we still had that in some of our sixth grade STEM. It would still be included in this. But what we're trying to do is update the skills with the technology. So we're still incorporating some of the typing in there, but that may also be in some of the sixth grade STEM courses. I don't want to misspeak, but I believe like Mr. Vezai I know she has units in that. My purpose for that class is not as much typing, it's using the technology for instructional and learning purposes.
Well, no, I'm with you. I guess the purpose in me asking if it was still there then leads to my next question with your response. So have we not updated that particular class to go with the standard of where we are? If we're one-to-one now and we are Google-based and that's the platform that we're using, have we not updated that class to reflect what the students need? Because sure, they do need to type, but this would be a really great intro to what was happening a few years ago. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and knowing that class, it's more of an intro to STEM, but they include the typing in there.
Oh, okay, so it's changed a bit and then I guess now changing again. Okay.
When we met with the STEM teachers, she was part of that.
Wisconsin. Oh,
And Mrs. Vezai was also, and there's just this need, this assumption that kids were coming to the middle school with some skills that they needed for the class in sixth grade. And we're recognizing, even with all of the virtual and remote, experience and exposure, they need explicit instruction around this
The actual tools.
tools. Yeah.
so back to the bridging conversation, we keep coming back to that. Are we going to implement a pilot like this with the fifth grade class?
We're going to try with sixth grade first and
And
then
then-
where we're at.
What happens?
Yes. So, and I think that was the assumption, is that there was more tech-based work going on in.
At the elementary school. Mhm.
And now we're recognizing that, yes, they were on computers for an entire year and some for 2, but they were specifically Zooming, or they were on
Okay.
platforms that were really intuitive and made for their age level. And some of the stuff that we're asking them to do as they go through middle school hasn't been explicitly taught. It's been embedded, but there's just so much to learn, because then there's also the content and skills for whatever you're trying to teach.
Where
That
it
makes
comes, it
sense.
may come up in English, hey, use Google Docs for this, but nobody really taught how to go.
Right,
Right.
right.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to kind of catch up to those expectations.
Mhm.
Mhm.
That's fair.
Sounds good.
other questions?
Very nice.
So we
Bless
will,
you.
so we will move forward with getting our materials that we need to order for these, and then we will come back in December-ish and proceed from there. So. I think we're good.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Hort.
Have a good evening, sir. Oh.
The long haul with us.
So, so moving on to 3.3, we've invited Mr. Getz.
Mr. Gate.
Wow.
Mr. Gust. Mr. Gust. I just saw David before. this
Talk about retirement, people forget your name.
Yeah, wow.
Mr. Gust,
See how quick that happened?
Getz, Gust. Hort.
Say one of them.
Mr. Gus is going to present to us our athletic year in review. This is traditionally, when we get to our end of school year, we have a look back at our fall, winter, and the accomplishments that we're in. So Mr. Gus is going to take us through some of those highlights. Yeah, I think his last annual.
Last end of year review, yeah. Sports and review. Okay, so beat COVID again. This was the triage unit manned by Sarah Russ and Landon Lalone, our trainer. in the wrestling room. This year was better than the previous, but we started out, in August, going full go, no masks, no testing, that kind of thing. And didn't get through volleyball season, and we had the volleyball team freshmen start dropping like flies, contact tracing. Cross country hit it at a bad time right before state meet. Missed that as a result of the COVID. We rolled into the winter season with some added fun stuff to throw on top of the pie, where we had to limit spectators at our games. You were allowed 2 adults. Players had to be masked. Spectators had to be masked. The officials had to be masked. As the end of the season rolled around in March, that was November, December. We were able to get out of the wrestlers having to wear masks while wrestling, because they did COVID testing twice a week. Toward the end of the season, we were able to lift the mask for the athletes themselves. We continued with people in the stands having to mask. Very last game of the year for the boys and the girls, we opened up the gym and had like a real game where the kids got to play in front of their friends and stuff, and that was really nice. So, I'll say a prayer that we don't have to do that again. I wouldn't wish that on my predecessor Kenny, or my taking over for me Kenny. That was no fun. So we did, been 2.5 years around that stuff. So on with it. So I said we weren't able to run at the state meet, but you can see the breakdown of our all league athletes. Ethan Brzezinski for boys cross country, had Madeline and Kaylee Bovenseep for the girls. Football, Jake, Spencer, Denzel, Dan, Deshaun. Girls golf, we had Malin, Rhea, and Grayson. Soccer, you guys can read that. Our tennis team, special shout out to them. They won the OA Blue Division again. Coach Foley, they qualified for the state meet. They won, finished in the top 4 in the regional. Went to the state meet as a team. So if you go to the next slide, Mel's got some guy that does all these fancy graphics like that for the all league team. So I thought that was kind of cool. The game was the backdrop is one of those games where it was raining sideways the whole game, and next one, Julie. Boys tennis, as I said before, they were always blue champs. Regional, they weren't champs, but they take the top 4 in the region, and they move on to the state meet, state team qualifiers, and then Dave, you can attest to this. Paul Foley is a man amongst men, one of the best coaches I have. Dave's son Brendan, I got him into not running cross country one year, playing tennis, and he had probably the best time of his life doing that. Next slide, Julie. Okay, this is taken out at Farmington when they won the blue division. They got their medals around their necks. If you go to the next one, this was at regionals when they qualified as a team to go to the state meet. You want to hit the next one? This was at Hope College at the state meet there. That might be the only photo in history where Mr. Foley is in it. I tried to get him in a picture, and I found that one online someplace. So that is the man, the myth, the legend. It is Paul Foley, tennis boys and girls. Okay, so again, we moved on to the winter season. There's a young man up there at the top in boys basketball, near and dear to somebody's heart in here. Okay, Mr. Marshall Dennis, Anthony Howard, Bob, Reagan Lawrence for girls basketball. She's going to North Carolina A&T to play. Our cheer team was OAA White Division champs. Our coach, Stephanie Chapman, was elected the OAA White Coach of the Year, and well deserved.
Any discussions on who's next on that coaching position for cheerleading?
Well, she's there.
I thought Stephanie was stepping down.
I have my ways, Sean. Arms, I do whatever it takes.
I'm pleasantly surprised.
I have my ways. All right, and then for wrestling, we had Josh and Connor, and then I won't even give Tamari's last name a roll there. That one's she's just Tamari K. This year they started a special state tournament for girls only. And Tamari qualified at the all-girl regional, and she ended up wrestling. You know, she did pretty well. She didn't make all state, but she won 2 matches before before losing her 2 and getting knocked out. But she's only a freshman. So, Julie, you want to hit the next one? Kind of going backwards. Okay, this is the cheer team. This was at when they won the white division. The top picture. That's Stephanie and Caitlin Morton and Alexis Bomarito, the coaching staff, with their OA White trophy. And at that one, the JV team also won the JV White Division Championship as well. Okay, this was off of my Twitter page, the Avondale Twitter page. That's the little muscular fellow there. That's Lundy Goodman, Josh Cooper. Those guys, made it on to regionals. Lundy's a sophomore, Josh is a junior right now. So those guys made the top 4 go on to from the district, go on to the region. Sadly, both those guys ran into a couple guys that were, 45-0, and they lost 2 in a row and got eliminated. But it's a good experience for them, moving on. Hey, Julie, next one. All right, we went on to the spring season. Again with the baseball team. Good boys there. Okay, we ended up losing in the districts. We beat Bloomfield Hills, which was our league OA White champs. We ended up beating them in the district, and our reward for that was playing six in the second game.
Who won the state champion?
Won the state champion Saturday. 44-0 for the second year in a row.
Pitcher who's going, I think, already committed.
He's
right
to the
right to the MLB. Yeah.
Wow. We saw him for 3 innings, and I sat behind the guy with the jugs gun. He was 95, 94. His breaking ball was 85, 87. So he's legit. He's good pitcher. Our boys golf team was OAA Blue champions. Girls lacrosse, Kendall Cabot. Girls soccer team was OAA Blue champs. That's why there's so many girls listed up there. Softball, we finished tied for second in the OAA Blue. They have 4 divisions now. Tennis, we had a rough season for Paul. Paul's used to winning everything, and we had low numbers this year. I know I got to get out and recruit some more. Track, Ethan Brzezinski, same guy that was a distance guy. He went to the state meet for track. And then this other guy, Justin Greer Sykes, you're going to see his name a lot. That kid, he was a varsity football player, varsity basketball player, varsity track runner, and he's a 9th grader. So he's really, really a talented kid.
This kid too.
Hey, Julie, if you go to the next slide. Okay, Coach K, Tom Krajewski was nominated into the Baseball Coaches Hall of Fame. He's also coaching the OAA versus the MAC All-Star game. They're doing that. But Tommy's he hit the 400 win mark in baseball. And again, Dave, Brendan's a ball player. That guy's forgotten more baseball than I'll ever know, and really knows how to coach.
He's lovely.
Our kids are known, 1,000 kids. Okay, we are what we are. But he gets the best out of those kids. They're tough. They know the game. They compete. And we're, in our league, we're playing Troy High, Troy Athens, Bloomfield, Rochester, Berkeley. We're at 1,000. All those guys are, 2,000, 1,700, 1,800. And we compete we finished third this year. We were second last year. The year before that, we won it. And again, I think we could have had a nice run had St. Mary's been in a different district. Okay, next slide. This is a picture that we went up to a tournament to play, and Jim, we beat your Oxford Wildcats in the final. Beat them pretty good, 9-2. So that's the trophy they got for that, and boys enjoying that moment. That's Oxford's a red division team, and we're a blue division team. So anytime you can beat the big boys, that's a good one.
All right.
Okay, here's a grainy picture. I tried to reformat this, didn't work so good. That's our soccer team. Again, they were OA blue champs. Perfect record. We tied North Farmington twice, 0-0. So that obviously a good. So we tied for first, but we're co-champs. In the district, we beat Holly in the first game, and then we went up to the semifinals up in Fenton, and we lost to Linden. But it was a good game, 6-0. But they, again, good season for the girls. Last year they didn't win a game.
Wow.
So coach really, got them involved in doing some good things. Okay, this picture from our signing day, and left to right, Ava's going to Drury University. She's the first because she's sitting farthest on the left to sign for girls lacrosse. Emily Beckus is second there. She's going to Saginaw Valley to play softball. Gavin Betts is going to go to, I'm drawing a blank on the school, play football. Good kid, problem with injuries. He back problem as a junior, only played 3 games. This year he dislocated his shoulder in a 7-on-7 scrimmage, only played 4 games. Next to him is Nathan Casal. Nathan's going to University of Indianapolis to play soccer. Malin Deneau's going to Albion. No, Adrian. Let's get those A's mixed up, to play golf. Spencer Rasmussen is going to Kalamazoo College to play football. Savannah Schmidt, next to her, is going to Rochester College to play lacrosse, or girls lacrosse. Evan Schuster has the distinction of hitting the home run off of said pitcher from St. Mary's to make that a 15-1 game. He's going to Albion to play baseball. And Drew Williams is on the end. Drew's going to go to a community college out in California to play football. Okay, I'd like to, I couldn't find any pictures, but at our senior awards assembly, after this board, the son is given the Graham, I get him award. One, but Rita's son, Marshall, was given the student athlete award. There's some big names on that thing, the Tim Morton, these guys, John Morton played, professional football. So that's kind of a nice one. And Emily Beckus won our Grant Graham Award for best female student athlete. Was our valedictorian and earned 8 or 9 varsity letters between volleyball, basketball, and softball. So, you guys have any questions?
You're missing a
Yeah, you
slide.
left it slide out.
Yeah. I don't know how you missed that one.
What's that?
OAA Athletic Director of the Year.
Oh, I don't.
Something happened with our technology.
On that West Bloomfield one last year.
Good one.
But, this presentation, I wanted to thank Sarah and Julie for putting that together for me. And the language coming out of my mouth Friday and Thursday, Friday, and today, I couldn't get any of these pictures to format right. Had to call in the advanced troops to help me out with that. Anyway, that's a recap. I'm sure I left some stuff out, but it was an eventful year. It's a good year.
Oh, well, we appreciate, it's been a difficult year. It's been a difficult couple of years.
Couple years, yeah.
It's, considering all the challenges with COVID and its impact on athletics, you certainly have helped to champion our coaches and our players to get the most out of the experiences they could under the circumstances and the environment.
Yeah.
Under your leadership.
Well, thanks.
Happened.
Well, a lot of that this year went much easier. The year before it was bad. We start and stop, and we're going to start the season. Now we're not going to start the season. That was hard. That was really hard on the kids and the coaches. And
yeah,
I think this year they were just whatever we threw at them. They were just happy they were able to go play, even if it wasn't in a full gym and stuff. They got to play. So like I said, I don't want to wish that on Kenny for it because it was hard. I'm not gonna
hoping we're beyond those days.
I hope so too. Okay, any questions?
Mr. Guys, I'll say it because this is your last end of the year presentation and my last time hearing it. Stepping down, but I have enjoyed you as athletic. Stop it, I am. I've enjoyed you as athletic director, both as a parent of an athlete and as a parent as a whole. I know what you do goes thankless a lot. I always see you and Sarah riding around the cart somewhere in a hurry, right?
And Sarah's a good team, Sean.
I agree. Tandem, that's a nice tandem, but it goes thankless a lot. And I wanted to say thank you.
I appreciate that. And you guys,
guys
come to
all these years.
You know what it is. And I've been blessed, man. This, when you go into a job, you think, I tell my kids, you want a job, but it's going to be a burden, where you don't like getting up in the morning and going to do it. And in my 41 years, I bet there's been like 3 or 4 days where I didn't want to, get up and go. And that's because of the kids. That's because of this community. So may not miss it right away, but I know I'm gonna miss it.
Amen to that.
Not gonna miss the phone calls. I know that now.
So you gonna pick your number? How you gonna address it? Because you're gonna still get
to go through that contact list.
Right.
Block. Anyway, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Again, a very nice, successful season for us. So thank you again, Mr. Gust. All right, moving on to our next item on the agenda is our report on NWEA student growth. So by state statute, we provide for you, the board, and the public a snapshot of our summary results of our student growth data, both from a mid-year perspective and then again at the end of year. So we presented this data to you back in the beginning of February. And here we are at year end with the year end results. So this is what you're looking at on the screen is our district summary of our growth scores by grade level through grade 8, in which we distribute the NWEA. You also have in your packets the breakdown of each school. And I'm not going to delve into each school in this presentation, but they are for your review in your packets. And also this information, as well as all the school results, will be posted on our website as well. So you can get all of that information there. So from a district perspective, though, I do want to highlight a few things. In reading this chart, you can see that there is, this is a math slide. So you can see the math average growth and across the top is by grade level. And then reading average growth beneath that by grade level. And then you've got percentage for both of those subjects, the RIT score, and then the comparison to the national scores, because of course NWA is a nationally normed assessment. And so you can see the averages for both math and reading at the bottom and where we fared. You can see from a grade level percentage, and I'm going to kind of highlight looking across the bottom, where we fell, like from a kindergarten perspective, the national average in math is 157.1. Ours was 157.5. So we're hovering in that grade level right around what the national average is in math. A little different in reading. National average in kindergarten was higher than our national average in our kindergarten. So we have found that, our students coming in, certainly looking at the need for additional perhaps intervention or tier 1 curriculum support as we move. TK will assist in that as we grow the TK opportunities. But certainly you can see effects of pandemic on students. We see that in kindergarten particularly, a number of students have come in this year because of the pandemic, not having preschool. That with schools being essentially closed and pre-K opportunities being much more limited during COVID, that a number of our kindergarten families have come in not with the experience of preschool, which had a variable negative effect on our scores. First grade, you see math was better than the national average, 180.9 versus 176.4. Reading, we did make some gains in first grade with our scores 174.6, the national is 171.4. So
Dr. Schwartz, before
we
you,
did make some gains in first grade.
just a question for clarification. What does that RIT number represent? What does that?
It's within NWEA, it's its own scale. So it's hard to, and those RIT scores are really far apart. If you can imagine when you're at a doctor's office and it shows you growth of your body and just how you grow really fast at the beginning and it sort of flattens out at the end. NWEA's RIT scores are the same, and those so we get closer together as you get older. Less growth is expected. There's a lot of growth expected at the start, but it's within the test itself. Because it's a nationally normed test and these norms were redone right before the pandemic. 2018, they came out with new norms. You can take these scores and look at that average RIT score and know that was a score prior to the pandemic, and then looking at our growth as compared to that will help. But the number that I always look at is the percentile, that percentage. When we're looking at a bell curve, the 50 is right in the middle. So if we're going to be close to the national average, we're going to be right around 50. And if we're above it, you'll see us climb above that 50 or slide below it if we're below.
And similar on those same lines, I know we're comparing to the national average. Didn't we also used to compare to Oakland County too?
We don't have Oakland County scores.
We don't have Oakland County.
We don't have their scores. And I will say that NWEA is also doing a major study over the summer. And we should, in August, get the results of that study and the impact nationally that this has had, that the pandemic has had on RIT scores.
So to your question, Mr. Johnson, we've had county breakdowns of scores, but those were on state assessments.
Okay, that's what I'm
Not
NWEA.
Right.
Okay.
Not everybody uses NWEA.
Okay.
Yeah, some districts choose to use a different. Yeah.
Okay.
So first grade, again, picking up where we left off, a little bit of gains. Second grade, again, 189.4, 189.4. We're right at that half, that 50% mark, being equivalent with the national average. slightly higher than the national average in reading in grade 2. Grade 3, we fell in our math from the national average, 201 versus 199. And then likewise in reading, 197 to 196. So we see in 3rd grade, we took a little bit of a dip. Content starts to come into play, I think more so as we start getting into 3rd grade and up. 4th grade, we were a little bit better, 210.7 versus 210.5. And then in reading, 207 to 204. So we climbed slightly there. 5th grade, the national was 218.75. Math, again, was in 5th grade, 217.9. So a little bit of a drop again. In reading, we were 212, national average is 210, so slightly higher there. So a little bit of ebb and flow in elementary. When we jump to middle school and 6th grade, we see in 6th grade more of a deviation of a drop where the national average in math was 2.2, we were at 217. Reading, we were at 210, national average at 215. That gap widens in 7th grade. We achieved 221, national average is 226. And then in reading, it's 217, national average 218. So we came back a little bit in reading, but still down in math. And then lastly, in 8th grade, 226 in math, 230 is the national. And then we were at 217 in reading and 221 in reading is the national. So again, we saw more of a sharper drop in the middle school grades. So again, we are looking at that from both a tier 1 classroom differentiation perspective as well as from an intervention perspective. Then the following columns, you see special ed, English as a second language, African-American, white, Asian, and Hispanic columns. So you can see in each of the respective grade levels where the ethnicity breakdown is. You can see from those scores that, again, are of no surprise, our English as a second language is one of the weaker areas in scores, as well as special ed and African-American. You can definitely see those 3 categories in particular as subpopulations that were weaker of the scores in comparison to the other ethnicities. So, these are things that we are looking strongly at within our data dialogues. We are preparing for you additional information that pairs student performance with attendance. So that data is being crunched so that you can see the effects of what attendance has had on student growth. And this year, we did have some chronic attendance of folks, particularly pandemic related. When you look at this year, we had some anomalies that we typically don't have in attendance, that being quarantine related. For a better part of the year, up until really March, before the quarantine protocols had lightened, we had staff that were out 10 to 14 days at a time because of quarantines. We had students out 10 to 14 days at a time because of COVID, and that had effects on growth. So we're hoping that's not the case, obviously, moving forward, that we're out of that. We're out of dealing with that negative perspective of school, but it was our reality. So we are going to prepare for you that information so that you have that to see. It's a little trickier to try and grab that in our system. So a lot of it has to be manually tabulated to create the correlation. So I will say that as we move forward, and we spoke a little bit about this in the evaluation conversation prior to this meeting, in that as we look forward, we also saw that student growth did take a hit because of expectations. You know, expectations over the last couple of years on academic growth has lightened because of the heightened concerns regarding mental health and having to be attuned to mental health, whether they're mental health of our students or mental health of our staff. We've been dealing with a lot of those issues, which we had not dealt with to the volume of prior to the pandemic. And so consequently, that time and energy that has been spent on socio-emotional mental health concerns, I will say, has taken time and effort away from academics. You know, it's like a bowl of Jell-O. You push in one side, it's going to pop out the other. It's just so you're, you know, so that there's only one set of time and effort. And over the last couple of years, we've spent a lot of time on social, emotional, and mental health. And so moving forward, we've got to righten the needle and get a balance back. Not that I'm not being sensitive to mental health issues, because I think they're real. But we also have to be cognizant that we cannot continue to sacrifice academics or expectations towards academics because of mental health. So we've got to bring that balance needle to center. And so as we have our workshop on Wednesday, that is going to be a topic of conversation as we talk about our board priority goals going into next year. Is this student growth expectation? I think we need to reprioritize and recalibrate where we are at with our expectations on student growth as an organization. So, and that will lead to various strategies that we will collectively discuss as we discuss our goals. So while we have here, you know, some scores that are above the national average, we also see a trend where they also dip beneath that national average. And we know that being the district that we are, we should be trending all in these areas above national average. So
Just a couple of alarms for me
Yeah, no, go right ahead.
looking at this.
Yep.
One you kind of touched on. It looks like we're taking some, I'll say steps back, for lack of a better word, right now at the middle school. And looking at the curriculum updates that Mr. Ort worked out today, I can see some of that helping with the math class that we kind of choked about with the title, getting kids interested in that, maybe pulling some of that into that. But what other supports or what other things that do we really need to do within that building to kind of right that ship? Because this unfortunately, this doesn't surprise me seeing the data because of the fun that we've heard about at the middle school. But I don't know if we have our finger on the pulse of how to necessarily right that ship or not. And I don't have even worse off, I don't know that we have a good understanding of what's going on in that building to get there.
yeah. Well, and I think it comes down to several conversations as a staff. So data dialogues is one. And because of the shortage of subs this year, we were not able to get subs in many occasions. And so we had several data dialogues that had to be canceled because we just couldn't get the coverage to release the teachers to do it.
Right.
So that's issue number one. The other issue is that I know Ms. Brunei's department is looking heavily at, how do we, getting teachers to look at their benchmarks and their standards and identifying those particular power standards, those standards that are mostly tested on to the forefront in folks' instruction. And so how do we identify those power standards and then tie those to these data dialogue conversations where you're using this information as well as other multiple information that feeds how they're performing on those power standards and then monitoring that. That has to be a staff-owned process. That can't be something that somebody just goes in and does. It's got to be something that the staff, it becomes a regular part of the culture and operation of that staff. And that's something that we're heavily looking into.
Okay.
And not just at the middle school. I mean, that's a system of operation everywhere.
Agree. Okay, so that, again, just airing my concerns and
Oh, and rightfully so, you know, again, I'm not sitting here making any excuses.
no, I understand, I understand.
You know, this is our reality and we've got to move off of where we're at to tend to that.
Yeah.
So,
And then the second concern is the scores from our minority students. They suck. I mean, realistically. Students with the same experience in school, same teachers.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand.
so some of that comes into when we receive students from out of district, they can be multiple grade levels behind. And so there becomes a catch-up factor, you know, so, you know, how do you catch up multiple grade levels in a given year? Or multiple grade levels even in a given couple of years. So you really have to analyze where that student is coming in at, because in many cases, these students have not been with us since kindergarten.
Agreed.
They have come in at other points in the continuum. And they come in 2-3 grade levels behind in many cases. So it becomes how do we coordinate the supports to help catch them up?
Mhm.
Again, that becomes a challenge.
No, and I agree with that, but that subset of students, I completely agree. But we've been pretty deliberate in keeping school of choice at about 25%.
We have.
Okay, so looking at the numbers of, let's take the lowest number outside of special ed, look at the African-American students at 25.4%. That's saying that only 25.4% of the African-American students adequately progressed to what the recommendation or what the expectation was. Is that how I read that?
Yeah, so it's falling within that 25th percentile, yes. So that's definitely a red flag, something that we need to look into, which is why we're looking at the variables, you know, I honestly, I don't know if this impacts these subgroups, but having an in-person and a virtual option this year was extremely distracting at the middle school level. And a lot of move in, move outs at trimesters. And that because those were natural breaks where you could say, oh, well, I want to go virtual at this point, or I want to be in person. But that disruption for the student themselves or for, you know, groups of kids coming in and out of the schedule, I don't know how that affected kids, their attendance, and just the general impact that inconsistencies had on our secondary students. Because you see K-8 here, but I believe the same impact has happened at the high school.
High school.
And this is normal standardized testing as far as the trends go. Typically, you start to see a drop in those percentiles as they get older and, you know, puberty and other things kind of impact them in their studies. Things get very complicated as far as standards go. You know, you go from 20 math standards to 44 in 8th grade by the time they get to 8th grade, and then they're expected to take algebra. And some kids just frankly aren't ready. So the curriculum bottlenecks happen around 3rd and 4th grade. And then again, you see them at the secondary level. And, but when you see a subgroup that stands out more than others, you want to know why. And that's where we're digging in deeper, because we have these as performance indicators, but we don't have the demographic data yet to know, you know, what kind of what kind of attendance patterns were there. And if that,
Try to draw some correlation.
yeah, and then, how many kids percentage wise were impacted by COVID or
Yeah, because without,
mitigating factors.
great, because
Mhm.
data alone with African Americans scoring 2 percentage points above special education students, it's a huge red flag.
Mhm.
We're missing something somewhere pretty big.
And I know we've made at a point to really take a look at our curriculum and our materials and just looking for that inclusiveness and making sure that we're providing materials where kids see themselves in them. There's been a collaborative effort at the middle school level. And, just with the Blueprints Club and other initiatives to have kids feel like this is a place for them. So it's disappointing and worrisome. So we are looking into it. We want to know why.
Okay.
Quick questions, I hope quick. So mine stops with AMS. No NWEA scores for the high school. I thought ninth grade at least took them.
Yes, we have scores for the high school. This is what the state requires us to,
Yeah, the state requires us to.
K-8.
K through.
State requires the K-8.
That's what was included
Oh,
for purposes of this presentation.
okay. Could
We can get you the high schools.
Yeah.
see the high school? Because I think that would give a little bit of a small glimpse into what's happening between the 8th grade and then the 9th grade class.
Sure.
Just a note. And then am I interpreting a negative as regression?
Where are we looking?
Kind of
AMS.
reading average growth, 8th grade minus 1.3.
Yeah, that negative would be typically, I'm just thinking to where,
So
Prior year.
there wasn't
oh, okay.
an average of
Yeah.
growth, there was
Yeah.
average of
There was a decline. There was a decline.
Okay. And then I know we talked about
Oh, that's the time.
the
Yeah, there it
school of choice population in a way of, we're not sure when students get here and what the deficits are. Have we considered, is it allowed to do placement exams even if we don't call it that? So we know what's happening up front instead of waiting until kids take standardized tests to find out
So we give,
reading and math scores are?
yeah, so we give those NWEA tests at the start of the year,
Mhm.
give them right away. So as soon as we're able to get kids rostered in, we give those tests. So they take one, which is a baseline test as soon as they come in. If they score at a low percentile, then we prioritize them for intervention.
Okay, but both sets of scores are reported to the state, so it makes it look like our district has the numbers that are on paper, because that's what's happening at the beginning of the school year.
So at the beginning of the school year, we get the baseline, and then in the spring, we
Here's your growth.
growth from that baseline, and that's what's reported to the state.
So would these would be spring results that we're looking at?
These are spring results.
These are spring results? I'm not asking that anyone go dig them out, but was this an improvement from when school started? Does anyone know?
That's probably the growth.
So you don't have a growth when the school starts because you have a baseline. So it's growth from the fall to the spring.
From fall to.
And that's,
Is the adjustment from when that started out.
This shows you the growth from fall to spring.
So from spring to fall, there was a regression in the average reading growth of African-American students at the middle school.
there's, yes, that's what this data is saying, if we're following that correctly. However, Kristen and I met with NWEA, and we were looking at, because our error of margin of error was a little larger than what we thought it should be. So we met with them, and we're going to be looking at our process for testing to tighten that up too. Shortening our windows and making sure that all of our days of instruction are even amongst all of the groups, so that it's a district schedule instead of designed by buildings, so that we're controlling for more factors, mathematical factors that could reduce that margin of error.
Gotcha. Yikes.
So yes, we have work to do.
Next slide. Tyler, looking at this one.
Yep.
Yeah, so again, so we covered, the K-8 parameters. We can send you the grade 9 so that you get that information.
Test gets different in high school
Yeah.
because it's by course. So you get different results. They're not exactly the same. This is by grade level. And then when you get, because not NWEA is national or international, not all states require algebra at the start of high school. So it gets complicated at high school because it's comparing apples and oranges. So you can look at scores and you can look at growth, but it's harder to compare to the K-8 because it's done by course.
Do we think it'll translate in terms of what the numbers look like though, K through 8? So we're saying apples to oranges, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking levels of comprehension.
Yeah, I would look at groups of kids and be able to, make decisions maybe on prioritizing standards or, where there may be some opportunities for interventions or things like that, looking at the students. But if I look at an Algebra 2 class, I could have kids that are 9th graders and I could have kids that are 11th graders. So their expected growth is going to be skewed. And which is why the state isn't requiring us to report on it. Which is why we don't, because it can be confusing because we have different grade levels and different courses.
Okay.
Any other questions? No? All righty. And we will move to 3.5, which is our public hearing on our 22-23 budgets. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Trudell, who's going to take us through our annual budget hearing in preparation for our next school year.
It's brave putting me last because this is going to be a while. Hopefully not, though. We'll see.
Bring Keith back with the pictures, man. Bring Keith back with the pictures.
Great lead in there.
Not a whole lot.
Mr. Trudell.
I've made this as
Do you all
painless
get a
as
Snickers?
possible. Yeah, you probably should. No, this can be conversational. So as I go through this, if you guys have questions, interrupt me at any time, ask away. So first, we're going to start off with our proposed budget amendments. These are going to be essentially what we had talked about last week with the general fund, but also moving into some of the other funds. So starting with the general fund amendment. So there was some adds in there with the COVID funding, about $2 million total this year. State aid had increased by $2.8 million. And then some other notable changes were the property tax revenues were slightly increased as well for about $705,000. Expenditure adjustments. So again, revenues always equal expenditures for grants. So there's equivalent amount, $2 million of additional expenditures relating to COVID funding. And then some other notable changes were the DCI increase in enrollment, our share time had increase in enrollment, and then the compensation increases that we had given out to staff during this last school year for this school year. So this page, I'm not going to go through line item by line item, but this is all based on function code. Again, if you have any questions about a specific area, feel
And before you go on the slide before, the COVID grant funding, when does that start drying up?
So tentatively
23.
set for September 30th, 2024. US Department of Ed sent a letter back in the middle of May to the MDE, basically saying that they would provide guidance in July of 22 of a possible 18-month extension or liquidation period on top of that. So potentially it could be April of 26.
Okay.
So we'll find out hopefully in a month or so. It's something that the states, I believe, would apply for, and then each district may have to individually apply for. So I think it's a good option. You don't want to just rush to spend it just to spend it. So I think it'll be worthwhile. And likewise, going into all the NWA scores, a lot of the COVID fundings have restrictions where 50% is loss of learning, 10% is after school programming, 10% summer school programming. So there's a lot of that that will tie in with some of these scores in an effort to bring them up. So just going through quickly here, the revenues, looking at just amendments, property taxes I noted was quite a bit higher than budgeted, mostly due to the increase in property values, and collections were up a little bit from the prior year. And then our rental income, obviously we were renting our buildings more frequently this year as opposed to the closure years. So we saw some nice increases there as well. And then the state side of things, the state put quite a bit into the different categories under the state sources column there. At-risk funding saw a small increase from the prior year. And then some more money into the retirement system as well.
And private contributions, what do those make up? I know we didn't have any, it looks like, but.
Those are usually if it's a small grant of some kind.
Okay.
I think back in 17, 18 to 14 grand, that was a grant that a teacher at Graham had applied for through Wayne State, and it was just a private grant.
I see.
So
Okay.
occasionally we get teachers that apply for those kinds of things.
I see. Okay.
We report them on that line item.
Got it.
Federal sources rather, our federal grant total, that's a significant increase from the budgeted amount. But again, that was because we didn't budget all of the COVID dollars just yet, as we're still formulating how we want to expend those dollars. So again, there was a sizable increase in overall expenditures there from the original budget. And then expenditures, just line item, all of the increases that you see are typically COVID grant related and or compensation increase related. So as we were finalizing our contracts, with the bargaining units and then going through our COVID dollars and figuring out those budgets, those kind of fill out all of those different instructional expenditure categories. And then support services. So that's all of your guidance counselors, the central office staff, your athletic departments, all your OTs, PTs, psychs, all the different groups that help support the instructional side. Again, just the cost from the COVID grants and comp increases, it all gets spread evenly throughout all of those as well. And then on the last page, actually, if you go down one more, we'll go to this one. Everyone likes this one instead. So this one is just kind of in a nutshell what the general fund was looking like. So you can see our audited numbers there on the left column, just under 20% fund balance. Like most districts in the state, there was a sizable increase last year just because of shutdowns and COVID funds and that kind of thing. We've heard 4 to 5% jumps were pretty normal. I've heard districts shooting up almost 10%, on smaller districts. So, we benefited from that obviously with the influx of COVID dollars. And then looking at the budgeted side for this year's original budget, we were showing a small decrease. And again, when you look at that equity percentage there on the bottom, that's all based on the revenue figure. So as I start budgeting more dollars into COVID, it's raising up that denominator, thus lowering the percentage. So you'll see a small decrease in fund balance there in the amended budget column for this year, even though we did add a little bit to fund balance in the budget. It's because, again, that denominator got so big because of the influx of COVID dollars inflating that bottom number. So that's something we'll just have to be mindful of as we budget over the next few years. If these COVID dollars keep hitting our bottom line, we may have to look at adding just a little bit to the fund balance each year to keep that percentage pretty steady. So I know our goal is to kind of get it closer to that 15 mark, but it'll kind of fluctuate between 15 and 20 depending on the revenue amount. Any questions on general fund amendment? Nope. Okay, looking at the community ed fund, this fund saw a pretty sizable childcare relief grant from the state of Michigan. The state had appropriated a lot of their COVID funds. And one of the big areas that they wanted to help out with was childcare. That's a huge push from the state side of it. I know that's been on a lot of their agendas just with general fund dollars, but knowing they have the COVID funds, they wanted to kind of get that conversation going. So our Busy Bee and Early Learning Center preschool programs received just under $1 million of total funding for the year. And what they actually did is they let you go back to last year and recoup some of those costs and receive the revenue this year. So you're going to see a pretty sizable increase in revenue. Almost $200,000 is relating to last year's costs for their normal daycare programs. So looking on this page here, again, you'll see the original budget was around $500,000 of revenue, and you can see it's up to 1.6 million right there. Again, that was because they allowed for us to charge in some of the costs from last year, but also looking at this year. And there's been a shortage of teachers in the preschool world because wages are typically low because you're trying to do what you can to keep costs down for parents. So with this grant, it affords us the opportunity now to not have to raise rates next year while also raising wages to attract more teachers. You know, Tiffany, our director, has been in the classroom quite frequently because she can't find teachers. So this grant, you'll see at the very bottom there, the ending fund balance is around 900 grand. This fund has historically struggled, especially after the closure of the Montessori, to where we were just eating that fund balance because we didn't want to raise prices. And this school year, we finally did raise our prices, which we're still on the low end of surrounding districts, but we're trying to balance that, keeping it affordable for parents, but also making sure that we have a good quality program. So with that $900,000 in fund balance going forward, both programs now are able to raise their wages to the staff to attract good quality teachers and aides, and then also keeping tuition pretty steady. So we're not looking to increase tuition for the program next year. And then obviously at the end of next year, we'll assess again and see if we can continue that same pattern. So this is just the breakdown by program. So Busy Bee benefited the most. The way the grant worked is it went based off of licensure, and the dollars that you were receiving was based on the total number of kids that you were licensed for. And so it was by building. So Busy Bee having 5 different buildings between the elementaries and gate, we were able to get a pretty sizable dollar amount. So a lot of it went to classroom upgrades. They had ordered those iPads that you guys had approved a month or so ago. So Busy Bee and ELC will get some iPads now. They replaced a lot of supplies in the classroom that they haven't bought for years, where it was just paying wages and benefits out of that fund. So just looking at how can we reinvigorate those programs going forward. Any questions on that one before I go on?
Just on the Busy Bee had lower revenue due to decreased participation, and the early learning center had increased enrollment. I was just trying to understand that dynamic. So Busy Bee got more kids, got less kids, which means parents were not sending their kids for after school support.
They're working from home.
Because they're working from home, probably. That's what I was just trying to.
Yeah.
And then from an early learning center standpoint, students went up.
More preschoolers.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just, I think they put an effort in. I know Annette's worked with Tiffany on advertising, trying to get the word out to bump up that enrollment. Because prior to this grant, we didn't know till January that we were getting this money.
Yeah.
So it was one of those things where we're trying to push enrollment and grow that program after we lost 60 kids from the Montessori. How can we fill out? And she's maxed out right now.
Okay.
So she's got 2 classrooms at Auburn, 2 classrooms at Woodland, a 3- and 4-year-old room at each building that are full right now.
Okay.
So that was really the effort this year to push that up, which she did. And then it was nice. Now you have this COVID funding coming in
And I'm back.
to help offset some costs while also trying to reinvest into that program.
I
So
was just trying to rationalize the flux a little bit. So thank you for that.
Yep. School lunch fund. This is always the fun one where you have too much money, you get slapped on the wrist. So we are trying to avoid that for this audit. We'll see if that happens. We had about a $20,000 excess balance we had to spend down. I know Megan had ordered some stuff. It's just a matter of does it come in or not. So again, this program, you'll see a pretty sizable jump in revenue, and that's due to the free lunch program that was offered. So more participation because everybody's taking the free meals. We get reimbursed for those meals as long as we're serving a certain meal pattern. And then likewise, expenditures always match that. So looking at the total fund balance here at the bottom on the right, you'll see it shot up to $757,000. So we were in the mid to high 300s, and we're getting these letters now. Revenue has gone up, so it's pushing up that bar for us. But at the same time, we have a sizable fund balance in there right now. So Megan and I are meeting with a food service consultant this week to start looking at replacing a bunch of equipment throughout the district. So that consultant will help us compile the bid documents and all of that to put it out there. So Right now, the middle school kitchen line is being renovated slightly, so all new flooring going in.
Okay.
All new equipment's gonna go in there. We'll get a fresh paint job in there, kind of put some branding up on the walls. And it's gonna kind of mimic what's at the high school, so that way you kind of have this seamless transition between the buildings. So that's forthcoming, and then she's also taking inventory at our other buildings, seeing what other kind of upgrades can we do. We're looking at TV menus where you can put 55-inch TV in each serving line area that could display the menu boards instead of just paper printed ones. With all the changes we have with the shortages of food from Gordon Food Service and whatnot, it's hard to keep up with that. So we're going to look at those kinds of options. That's all pre-approved purchases through the state that we can do.
Any thought, and I don't know how we're doing with lunchroom staff, but like a POS system so students can do that themselves and then orders just come out on the back.
We are upgrading the POS system. I don't know if the students are allowed to do it or not. We can check into that, but we're upgrading to Meal Magic, which is the state approved system, which most districts in the county use that. So it's a new and improved system that's going to have a lot better options for parents in terms of filling out applications online for free and reduced going into next year. And then likewise, the payment system is going to be all updated too with e-funds for schools is going to link in with that. So
That too.
yep. So parents are going to have a one-stop shop where they can put money into their kids' lunch account. They can pay for things at the school level, all right through this new website, similar to how Pay Schools used to be.
Okay.
So that'll all get rolled out. There's still some talk out there about maybe extending the free meals for lunch going into next year, but nothing is official yet. So at this point, we have to plan for if it's going to be paid or not. Jumping into the debt funds. So this one's pretty straightforward. There was a small decrease in property tax collections. A lot of times it's just relating to delinquent payments, that kind of thing. So each year it kind of fluctuates. So we do have around $400,000 in fund balance there. So that's providing us that security. If collections come up short $100,000 one year, there's still money in there to pay off our required payments. And then each year we typically transfer money in between the different debt funds. Some districts have one debt fund. We have, I forget how many now, 6 or 7. So we try to balance them out each year just to ensure that none of them are going negative. And then really there's no significant changes. That everything's pretty set with the debt payment schedules we have. We know our principal and interest every year, and collections you can get pretty close. So if you just keep scrolling through, you'll see there's the last page, I think a couple more down, it'll show the totals for all funds. So we have 8 funds. So this page here, so you'll see the budget originally was set at around 470,000 of total fund balance. We're budgeting around 393,000. So again, just a small decrease, likely due to just the delinquent payments from the year. And then sinking fund. This fund was pretty consistent from the original budget, slightly more in revenue from this year, but expenditures were up quite a bit, mostly relating to being in school for a full year now with having everybody in the buildings. There's always plumbing issues to be fixed, things like that. We also did have the health center project in there. So that's all completed now. So that again was paid for out of the sinking fund. So you'll see those numbers were all kind of in the totals for this budget. And then really looking at future bigger projects, we're looking at classroom lighting upgrades. We're looking at different roofing repairs. We have a 10-year schedule of estimated repairs for that. Looking at elementary media centers and how can we supplement current bond savings with sinking fund to renovate those elementary media centers as well next summer. We tentatively only had the high school, middle school, and Meadows booked into this bond. So looking and meeting with principals this week and over the summer with our architects to really figure out what kind of plan we want and then executing that hopefully next summer.
What's left on the health center project?
Nothing, that's done.
That's just, that was part,
Oh, that was.
That was part of.
that's just
That's
the total.
That's what went in 2020.
Yeah.
I'm better.
So you'll see our fund balance here on the far right column. There's around just under 1.6 million in savings. So that money is really going to be used towards those classroom lighting upgrades, towards helping offset some costs for the media centers. Our construction team right now is looking at the various parking lots throughout the district to see if we need to start paving any of these other parking lots. High school, we obviously just did, but I know that Mustang Drive could use some TLC and a couple other parking lots. So they're kind of putting together some ideas for us right now of what we need to keep on our radar over the next couple of
Yeah,
years.
Woodlands parking lot needs attention too. I know they're looking at that too. That was one of the first ones that was paved in the cycle. So there's a rotation cycle of when we do paving, and Woodland now was the first that was longer
Years ago, yeah.
We're back to the start.
And some other things that we're doing over this summer. I just met with Summer Breeze today. We're gonna address some of the fronts of the buildings, landscapings, things like that. That's all sinking fund eligible when you do it annually like that. So we'll get those things cleaned up and presentable to kind of go in line with our branding efforts too.
Great.
Activity funds, these are all of our student activity accounts or teacher club accounts, things like that. So again, you'll see an increase in participation from the prior year. So you'll see typically more activity in those funds. And then I think too, with it being that first full year back, a lot of clubs didn't take place. So I think it's still starting to ramp up. So hopefully next year we'll see some increase in that. And again, this one, it's just dependent on the activity at the student side of things. So. Any questions on amendments before I jump into proposed for next year? Okay. So looking at next year, start with the millage rate. So every year we got to go over our millage rate calculations to present that to the public as part of the adoption, and there will be a motion later on today for these. So we have 3 different rates that we levy. Our general fund, this one is applied only to essentially non-principal or non-primary resident properties. So 18 mils for our general fund operating millage. And then our debt funds, that's applied to all property. That's 7.3 mils. So that'll be what we collect to pay towards our debt payments. And then the sinking fund is also applied to all property, and that's 0.8 mils. On the next page here.
So the sinking fund and the, scroll back up, the,
Debt services.
yeah, well, no, the 18 mils, the Headley, that is, we're good till 2026. Because those are 10-year renewals. So the next renewal on those are scheduled for 2026.
Yeah.
They were approved in 2016.
Okay.
So we still got a couple more years on those rates before we have to go back to the voters to ask for a renewal. Go ahead.
And part of that too is you can utilize those funds for technology too. So if we renew that, that'll be part of the language to where you can use sinking fund dollars for Chromebooks and other technology items. So every year we're required to do a Headley millage rollback calculation. This is essentially looking at your millage rates from the prior year, and then they essentially want it to be capped so that you're not paying more than the rate of inflation essentially. So every year we have to go through this. So at the top, we have our general fund. It's just a basic calculation. We look at our taxable value from last year minus the losses over our taxable value from this year, plus any additions times the inflation rate that the state sets. And then we get a millage reduction factor there on the far right. And so these are compounding every year. So every year we have to take the prior year amount times the new millage reduction factor. So it's constantly reducing it. So you'll see here, it was calculated out for the general fund to be at 18.5126. That's the maximum amount that we can levy. So we're good levying the 18 mils on the general operating millage. Sinking fund down below, again, same calculation. But again, this one is applying to all property, not just the non-primary residential exemption properties. So you'll see the taxable values are a little bit higher here. But again, the millage reduction factor on the far right is 0.992. So our maximum levy here is 0.9575. So we're only levying 0.8, which is what was voter approved. Actually, I think we were voter approved at 1 and we only levy 0.8 is how it is. So we start with 1 and then work our way down. So every time it gets reduced, we're still protected. And then likewise up top, I think we have voter approved at 20. And then as we reduce it, it's still above the 18. So, and then on the bottom here, that service fund millage is not subject to the Headley rollback. So we don't have to do the calculation for this one, but this is the millage allocation that we have here between all of our debt funds that get submitted to the county, totaling the 7.3 mils.
Thank you.
And then also we have to every year assess our healthcare premium cost share. So Public Act 152 requires us to pass a resolution essentially saying that employees are going to be responsible for the 20% contribution towards the healthcare. Every year, the state resets the total hard cap amounts that employees are required to pay into that. So you'll see the single, two-person and full family coverage right there. That's the amount that, the employer pays that portion. So that's our capped portion there. So again, as we've done in prior years, we'll continue with a recommendation to do the 20% cost sharing. It saves the district approximately $130,000 to do that. And it's been in place, the 80-20 cost share, since the inception in 2011. If you go on the next page, this is just the calculation here. So we take a census of how many employees are in each plan, looking at their monthly rate for that plan, any contributions to an HSA account, you get the total cost, and then you compare that to what the hard cap is. And then on the very last page, I think a couple down, Julie, you'll see a summary here, one more down. This summary here, you'll see that the 80% column there in the blue is only 4.2 million, as opposed to the hard cap is a little bit higher. So that's where the savings come in from the district's end of it. So next slide, we'll move into the general fund and assumptions for next year. So like we mentioned last meeting, these are the current three proposals. We're going with the lower of the three options just to be conservative. So we're looking at a $300 per pupil increase. So as we mentioned last time, this is a conservative estimate. It's essentially to give us that buffer with some other known legacy costs that we have coming on. So we'll see where it pans out. But again, there's nothing approved through the state at this point.
I think at the Oakland County School Board Association there, they said they were going with the governor's.
They were leaning toward the governor.
Governor's 435.
Yeah, that's what we're
Yeah.
hearing. And so
Yeah.
really with going into negotiations, we stuck to the 300.
Oh, sure.
So it's almost used all of that up. So really anything above that is going to help.
It's great.
set a fund
Yep.
balance if
Sure.
we did.
Yep.
So on the next page, it has some of those legacy costs here. We're looking at adding some more IT support with one-to-one. There's just a huge workload there. Custodial, there's inevitably cost increases due to with the wage increases to keep them competitive in the market. Retirement costs go up a little bit for next year. General fund, special education spending, there's maintenance of effort requirements that we have to spend a certain amount from the general fund on special ed outside of the IDEA grant. So there's going to be an increase in that category. Teaching supply budgets, I know we talked about those in this budget that I'll show here in a minute. I bumped up teaching supply budgets 50%. We've historically done 2 or 3%.
Wow.
So this is a sizable amount,
I like it.
going from 150,000 a year to 220. So Colleen and I will work on the more fine details as to should it be textbooks or subscription services, that kind of stuff. But for now, these will be loaded in there for the start of the school year. So
Great.
whatever your spring count was times the new amount, this is what you guys have to start the year.
Are the increasing gas prices affecting it to any large extent also?
Yeah, we've saw cost of paper, that kind. So teaching supply budgets also includes office supply budgets, but we've seen an increase in the cost of paper with the wood shortages and that kind of thing. And then shipping and fuel costs are up sizably too. So, hopefully this is enough. We'll kind of gauge it as we go and, work with each building just to see if this is adequate. And we also have COVID funding too for other specific supplies that maybe are more loss of learning related, that kind of thing. So this is just general fund budgets here. And then curriculum updates, that were presented tonight at each building. There's some dollars added into Colleen's budget. She's been nice to me, so we'll throw those in there too. And then the last item there was just the cost increases from the bargaining contracts as well. So looking at our pupil count here, spring count and fall count, it goes through the standard 90-10 split. So at the very bottom there, you'll see the 4701 was the total FTE that was budgeted at the $300 per pupil increase within this budget here. And again, like we see each year, district-wide, we typically budget a loss for kids that are moving out of the district, usually in that 5 to 7% range we budget for. And then DCI typically sees some growth in the virtual school. And then shared time, we typically see some growth, and then gate as well. So then the next page. Again, there's about just under $2 million of ESSER 3 funding in this budget. That number will be amended later on as we figure out what we want to do with those dollars. But there's still 2.9 million not yet budgeted. That 2.9 million is where I said 50% of it's loss of learning, 10% is after-school programming, and 10% has to be spent on summer school. So that's all going to tie in with the conversations that we have about how can you get those scores up with all those supplemental programming. And officially right now it's through September of 24, but we'll figure out in a month if it is going to be extended that 18 months.
It could be April of 26. It seems to be for sure.
That's a lot of the conversations right now.
Yeah. So looking through here, I'm not going to go through line item by line item. All of the assumptions that I had in there kind of get factored into each of these different function codes. You know, in that top section, they're looking at all the local revenue. A lot of it's looking at what type of activity is it, and did that activity have something in a normal status last year? If it didn't, then I typically took a 2 or 3 year average just to try to average it out, and then we'll amend it later in the fall or early winter. And then if you scroll down all the way to this page here, oh, one more down. Yep. So this one here is a summary again. So we have our audited numbers from last year. In the middle there is the amendment that was proposed to you tonight. And then the far right column is the proposed amounts from this budget with all those known assumptions and known factors. So we typically take, you know, what was last year's audit, and then we take those numbers and then we start looking at what do we know, what don't we know, and that's how we mold it into this budget for next year. So without a state budget right now, a lot of districts, it's just, you know, throw a dart at the wall and see where it hits. But you know, we have a fairly conservative idea of what to expect, and then whatever comes out beyond that is always a good thing. So we'll end the year budgeted next year around 17.85%. So again, that number kind of goes up and down. You'll see the revenue figure is pretty high, you know, by $2 million. So naturally, it's going to push that percentage down a little bit. Any questions on general fund before we move into others? Yep.
I guess one of my questions is on if our assumptions are off with the governor versus the House versus Senate.
Mhm.
Are there plans for additional spending, or would that create a higher equity percentage, or?
It may go up a little bit, but the way, you know, right now we're showing a small loss, and there's probably other ads in there that will come forth. I know we're looking at adding some other positions throughout the district. So really, it's just budgeting the revenue lower to keep us comfortable, you know, in those conversations. But the 300 was really the driver in bargaining to say, we're going to essentially give that 300 away to bargaining, knowing there's other cost increases beyond that. So if it does come in at 435 or 450, that extra $150 a pupil is really going to go towards the additional IT person. I know security is always a question. What can we do? You know, the systems we're looking at to implement throughout the buildings, things like that are going to be cost increases next year. So rather than using fund balance, you're just going to use that additional money through the state. So it's really just that conservatism principle that they taught me at Oakland University. So
Excellent.
So community ed for next year, Busy Bee, it's really just a matter of if people are working from home or not. That's going to drive some of that increased participation. We're hoping some of the iPads and other things that we're buying might help drive some of that too. And then I think just kids getting back into that routine with parents, hopefully see an increase there as well. But again, we'll conservatively estimate a lower revenue figure just to be safe. And then Early Learning Center, again, focusing on enrollment numbers for next year, just for that long-term sustainability. You know, that fund balance is going to give them a nice cushion to push into next year without having to raise tuition on anybody. Also raising up those staff wages as well to attract the teachers to fill those spots. But again, ensuring that they can continue to increase enrollment to the capacity that we have right now, which they're pretty close. I mean, they're almost at their licensing limits in each room, and they only have 4 classrooms. So at some point we may have to look at, do we add a room at a different building or something like that? So
it's going to open up further conversation about, as we approach perhaps the next bond issue, if we would look at some type of a centralized early childhood center, perhaps on the corner, where, because at some point, at the rate that we're growing, and particularly if the state moves to universal preschool, which that's been a conversation piece that perhaps we would be moving in that direction. If that be the case, then we would need to have space like, you know, ASAP.
Mhm.
And space is quickly becoming a commodity in the buildings, you know, and if we're able to pull out the preschools that we have in our buildings to a centralized location, freeing up that space and allowing then that space to grow for TK to 5, that would be great. So it behooves us not to develop the corner just yet. I know we keep getting asked from developers about selling off that corner, because that may be something that we seriously have to look at in a few years, looking at a centralized preschool location. So.
Yeah, and there's a lot of money. I mean, GSRP funding, they're begging us to open more classrooms. It's just a matter of, do we have space? We added one this year, so we have 3 classrooms now. The demand is there. It's just having the space for it. So, you know, the more opportunity you have at that pre-K level, whether it's GSRP or tuition funded, those kids are typically floating into the kindergarten classes. So, you know, in the next couple of years, I think that's going to be a limitation of Tiffany's program, is really just space at this point. So, but again, you know, we're aiming to break even. We're not trying to run a profit on that program. So as much as we can keep it to breaking even and keep the costs down, you know, that's ultimately the goal. So you'll see here on the far right column, we've budgeted there's no extension of the grant just yet. She applied for more grant money for next year. If we get approved, we'll amend this budget accordingly. But right now we're keeping that figure pretty conservative with just their normal tuition and fees they collect. So you'll see it's a small add of just over 20 grand we're looking at right now to that, both programs combined, I should say. So they'll still be hovering with a pretty healthy fund balance, which again, will give them that long-term sustainability. And then this is just a breakdown by the program there. So Busy Bee, obviously the conservative revenue figure is going to get that program pretty close to breaking even right there. And then Tiffany's program is going to be the one adding a little bit to that fund balance. School lunch fund for next year, revenue will decrease if the free meal program goes away. Naturally, that's just participation going down. You're back to paying for the lunches and then free and reduced. So we're looking at potentially that program going away, depending any extension on the state level. And then if they do add it back, then obviously we'll amend the budgets accordingly. And then in expenditures, cost of chicken, different meats is a lot higher, dairy's higher. So again, we're putting up an increase in those figures as well. There's actually a supply chain grant in that fund that helps offset the increase in costs. So we were awarded that 75 grand this year that we pushed into next year to try to help offset and get into a more regular feeding program with what we order. So is this still food service at the top? Yep.
That's fine.
Yep. Yeah, you see the revenues are down just a little bit, but again, that's just looking at historically, you know, what is our paid lunch revenue and free and reduced revenue, and then lowering it a bit from it not being a free meal program. And then expenses you'll see are up a little bit as well. Again, that's just due to the increase in overall costs of acquiring the food. So you'll see a small add to that fund balance, putting us just over the 800,000. So again, that's why we're starting the conversation now, because it's going to take a while to get things and equipment put into the building. So we're really just assessing every building. Middle school will be the heavy hitter this year, you know, with all new equipment. You know, the timeline is probably going to be around Christmas by the time you get it out, bidded, awarded, and that kind of stuff. So we're looking at all new equipment there. The flooring, I think, is done this week or next week. I don't know if they did it yet, but they're getting all new flooring in there, and then the equipment will come, and then a new paint in there and everything, just sprucing it up a bit. So, and then likewise cafeteria tables. Deerfield got some, Auburn ordered some, I think Graham ordered a couple more. All of those can be charged into this fund as well. High school, I know Megan, our food service director, and Doug are both working with Office Express on some designs for redoing the whole furniture layout in the high school as well. You're gonna have soft seating, booths, tables, some outside of the cafeteria where you could plug in your Chromebook or phone or whatever, then you can just stand at a, you know, at a standing table or something. So again, all of that can go into this fund. So there's a lot of moving parts going on right now.
I know, Mr. Trudeau, I know we can't spend this money on labor and salaries. Are we trying to figure out in lieu of that, what we can, I think you already answered my own question, what we can do to make jobs easier since we can't hire people?
Well, part of it in that cost is increasing the Chartwell's workers fees to what surrounding districts are, just like we do with our EnviroClean staff.
Okay.
So they did have to bump their rates up a little bit as well to keep competitive with the market. I know Megan had hired or is looking to hire a chef to replace a couple workers. That way we can expand some of the options that we have. She's got all kinds of cool programming that she's looking at with the sports teams after school and different, nutritional seminar type things that they can offer. So she's got a lot in the works right now.
I like it.
Debt funds for next year. Again, we have a healthy fund balance in this fund. We do have some sizable principal payments coming up in the next couple of years. So you'll see this fund balance going up a little bit. It's really just in preparation of the massive payments that are going to go forth in a couple of years. So 7.3 mils, as we discussed earlier, and then the property tax values are going up a little bit. You can see the increase there. So on the next, so this is just fund by fund. So we'll go through down a few slides to the total page right here. So you'll see the fund balance is going to jump up to just over 800,000. And again, that's really just the timing of the payments relative to the collections of the money. So next year, there'll be some big principal payments and then the following year as well. So you'll see that number start to come back down eventually. Sinking fund, again, as we mentioned, there's a healthy fund balance in there, and those are for those projects that we had discussed. So, we'll work with our construction team on those various projects and paving projects that we need to start prioritizing, and then working those into this budget amount so that we can start spending that down as well. Really nearing the end of a bond like we are, it's really assessing what's left on the project list. What do we need to do? What are areas of needs? And then just trying to manage both pots of money, until we hit the ground with it. So here, sinking fund, you'll see again, very comparable in terms of total revenue going into next year. And then the costs I did project a little bit more. And again, that's relating to maybe doing some of these classroom lighting projects during the next year. And then into next summer, that'll kind of lead into next year's budget for any summer work that we would do at the elementary media centers. And then activity funds, again, this one, I kind of just took an average of the prior years. We'll see as students get back and, they start participating and more clubs are, reinstated, that kind of thing. We'll see where they go. But again, this one is just really based on student involvement and participation. So here I kept it, kind of comparable to the amended budget, slightly lower just to be conservative, but we'll amend it as we need to once these clubs get going for the year. And that's it. Any questions?
I know you gave kudos to OU, but Frank left you that crystal ball too, didn't
He broke it. Got COVID, I don't know.
he? Got COVID. Nah, great job, Mr. Fidel.
Very nice.
Very thorough. Thank you. And quick.
So we did get our investments finalized about 2 weeks ago.
Fifth Third.
So, yeah, so
Okay.
now that I have those listed out too, we're gonna load them in the next week on the Munetric site on our page.
Oh, great.
We can do them on there, so.
I can see
Yep. They had to open up the account and get those processed and that kind of thing, so we'll get those loaded in there as well, just so you guys have access to
Great.
that.
Perfect.
Any questions for Dan? 21-22 amended budget or the 22-23 projected budget?
We've posted this. This is on the transparency site of the web.
Once they're approved, they'll-
Once they're-
yep,
Yeah, they'll get posted online.
they'll get the detail pages that
Right,
I kind of skimmed down.
All of that
Yep.
information will be posted on our website.
great.
All right, no questions? All right, that exhausts the superintendent's report for this evening.
All right, thank you, Dr. Schwartz. Moving on to 4.0 board reports, treasurer's report, Mr. Down.
I think Dan just said it all.
I did.
Well stated, Mr. Down.
For gas and budgets.
Sounds good. Committee reports, any committees to report out? Hearing none. Well, school visits, school's out, but no.
Well, we did.
Eighth
We
grade.
had oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, Ms. Rowe.
Okay, there's the eighth grade, like crossover event.
Okay.
which was a really interesting event. It was held outdoors and there was a really bad storm on the horizon. And it was really a timing thing where it got really interesting at the end and everybody ran into the building at the end. So it was definitely exciting. So
Quickly approaching storm.
but it was also very exciting. It was really nicely done and lots of honors for all sorts of kids for all the different things that they've been involved in throughout the year and the different achievements that they've had. And is really a nice presentation.
I did want to say that with the committee reports, we did have the Student Reinstatement Committee that met earlier today to entertain reinstatement for the fall of two of our students.
Anything else under school visits?
That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
Gonna touch on the committee.
Okay.
Got it.
Reinstatement.
Anything else under 4.0 board reports? Hearing none, we'll go on to 5.0 citizens request to address the board. So this is time for public participation during our meeting. This is a one-way communication and the Board of Education and or administrative staff will follow up with you as needed. We ask that each statement be limited to 3 minutes and each committee member gets one turn only to make any comments. As always, I'll start in the room. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make a comment? Seeing none, we will move to our virtual friends on Zoom. For those of you who are on Zoom, and I know I see one hand up, Mr. Lang, we'll get you in a minute here. And you should be on vacation still. So at the bottom of your screen, you'll see a participant window button. Click on it. You'll see a raised hands feature. I'll go ahead and push that and then we'll recognize you. If for some reason you're having technical difficulty, please feel free to come on camera and we will recognize you. So Miss Kelly.
Lang.
Oh, Mr. Lang, I hope you're not hooked up to that AED thing behind you.
Yeah, really.
No, I'm not, for our public, I'm vacationing in Alaska right now and the Open Meetings Act prevents me from participating and prevents board members from participating except under very narrow circumstances. So as a citizen and not as a board member, I wanted to take this opportunity as I'm sitting here in the Anchorage airport to thank Dr. Schwartz. I know the board will be acknowledging Dr. Schwartz later with his consensus review for the year, but I did want to take the opportunity to make sure that I thank him, his team, and the entire district and my fellow board members for, again, another year that has put us to the test in many ways, but we've come out stronger fiscally, as a family, as a community. And I really just want to take that opportunity to thank Dr. Schwartz and his team before the school year got out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lang.
Mr. Lang.
Appreciate it. Safe travels home. Anybody else virtually that would like to address the board? Again, at the bottom of your screen, there is a raise hands feature. Or you can come on camera. It looks like we got someone else.
Ms. Monroe.
Good evening, Board of Education. I just wanted to briefly just say thank you to you for the opportunity to serve the Avondale School District. This week closes out my service as Assistant Superintendent for Student Services. And I just wanted to honor you for a moment and thank you for the service that you have contributed for the lives of students, staff, administration, and our whole community. It's been an honor to work alongside you.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe. You will be missed. I'm sure we'll have a couple comments for you later on this evening as well too. So thank you. Anybody else that's on Zoom tonight? Again, there's a raise hands feature in the participants window at the bottom of the screen, or you can come on camera. Anyone else? Or I'm sorry, it's under the reactions. I keep, you think I learn after all these. So under the reactions, the raise hands feature. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Or you can come on camera. Anyone else? All right, going once, going twice. I'll go ahead and close 5.0 citizens request to address the board. So thank you very much for everyone who made a comment. Moving on to 6.0, I need a motion to go into a closed session for the purposes of student discipline.
I move that we go into closed session for the purpose of student discipline.
I support.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Down. Discussion. Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Ms. Brault.
Yes.
Ms. Davis.
Yes.
And Mr. Tisher is an aye. The motion carries. For those of you in the audience and those who are on Zoom, this could take anywhere from a half hour to an hour before we'll reconvene. So you're more than welcome to either hang out in the room or hang out virtually. But we will be back just as soon as we finish our closed session. Thank you. We're in closed session at 9:29. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order at 10:26 and we'll move on to our action item 7.0, 7.1 consent agenda.
So consent agenda under 7.1, we have our consideration of our board meeting minutes of our regular meeting of June 6th, 2022, and consideration of the closed session of those board meeting minutes from June 6th, 2022. Under 7.1C, depositories of district funds resolution. Whereas the Board of Education of the Avondale School District, the district, desires to engage in certain banking and investment activities commensurate with its ongoing educational activities. And whereas the board seeks to open or maintain accounts for the following school district funds: general fund, community education fund, food service fund, private purpose trust fund, student school activity fund, 2009 debt fund, 2000 debt fund A, 2015 debt fund A, 2017 debt fund, 2018 debt fund, 2020 debt fund A, capital project 2020, 2020 debt fund A, 2010 B refunding, 2020 debt fund B, SLRF refunding, sinking fund, 2018 capital projects fund, 2020 capital projects fund, and scholarship trust fund. Now, therefore, be it resolved that A, the following institutions are hereby designated as authorized depositories for district accounts, with all monies received by the district directed into the appropriate funds account: PNC Bank and Fifth Third Bank. Under B, the following institutions and organizations are hereby designated as authorized investment and/or wire agents of the Avondale School District: U.S. Bank, Huntington National Bank, Bank of New York Mellon Trust, and Fifth Third Bank. C, the superintendent or his or her designee be hereby authorized to transfer monies between district accounts to facilitate the most efficient and economical usage of district monies in furtherance of the objectives of the Board of Education. The above referenced transfers may be made by written or verbal communication of the superintendent and his or her designee. And D, the resolution is effective July 1st, 2022. D, designation of legal firms. I recommend that the Board of Education appoint Clark Hill, Dickinson Wright, and Miller Canfield to provide legal services for the Avondale School District for the 2022-2023 school year. Under E, designation of audit firm, I recommend the Board of Education appoint Yo and Yo to provide audit services for the Avondale School District for the 2022-2023 school year. F, adopt board meeting minute, adopt Board of Education meeting dates for the 2022-23 school year. G, adopt Michigan High School Athletic Association, MHSAA 2022-2023 membership resolution. I recommend that the Board of Education approve the MHSAA or the Michigan High School Athletic Association membership for the 2022-2023 school year to include Avondale Middle School grades 7 and 8 and Avondale High School grades 9 through 12. I recommend the Board of Education approve that consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Down. Discussion. I'd like to make a friendly amendment that on the meeting dates, we look at going to Tuesday nights. And my reasons include a couple things. A, gives us a little bit longer to read those board packets. And B, I really do think we could get a little bit more public participation if we move it to Tuesday nights, especially after the weekend and everything else. So those are my two.
In your board packet, you received a calendar of both Monday nights and Tuesday nights, as was requested in our last board meeting.
And for Auburn Hills residents, it would allow you to attend city council meetings if you so desired, because those are always conflicting on Monday nights.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Is this where we're discussing?
Yeah, it's a discussion now.
This is open for discussion.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
I didn't hear like a movement in a second or anything.
Well, I made the friendly amendment. I guess we need to wait for a second. Yeah, so they want to,
I'm sorry.
we need a second to then, I guess I probably jumped ahead in I made a friendly amendment and gave my discussion when I probably shouldn't have. I should probably just motioned and then wait for the second to discuss the friendly amendment. So my apologies there.
Yeah, I lost that one too.
Yep.
So there's a friendly amendment on the floor.
Mhm.
That has been moved.
By me.
I'll support it.
All right.
Now been supported.
All right. Sorry about that, guys.
Good catch.
Getting a little late. Yeah. All right, now we can discussion on the friendly amendment.
So we have had these on Mondays. Monday is my day when I'm set for it. I love getting it out of the way on Monday. Selfishly, well, a couple things. So one, just for my family, I mean, I have kids that are obviously still in school and that kind of thing. And my husband is, not available on Tuesday nights. So that means I'm leaving my kids alone or bringing them here to watch all this fun. The other selfish part for me is that 3 of our members celebrated our birthdays at these board meetings last year. And moving them from Monday to Tuesday means that we will have 2 years in a row that we will be celebrating our birthdays in this room together again, which is lovely, but
Not ideal.
I've done anniversaries too. So. Again, I feel like it gives our public more of a chance, to Mr. Johnson's point, to attend, the Auburn Hills City Council meetings. Just kind of, I have kids too, so the night of the week doesn't really, and we're gonna be here on Monday nights, we're gonna be here on Tuesday nights, so,
just my personal,
yeah, no, I appreciate that.
when I sign up for this.
And this has to be voted. This is our last meeting of the season. So even coming back to our first school board meeting of the next,
Correct.
will have to be in place. So we can't delay it either.
Correct.
If I had a druthers, it would be Tuesday, but after listening to Kelly, I really feel bad for her, so.
And it's not all about me, like, I get it, like, if
Well,
we
it
need to do
is.
Tuesdays, I'll make it work, and maybe you won't see me on December 6th, but
It's okay.
Any other discussion on that one? All right, I'll vote yes. Ms. Davis?
You come this way?
Voting on the amendment.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're voting
On
The friendly.
on the friendly amendment.
We're moving it to
Yeah.
Tuesday.
So move
Oh,
it.
to move it.
move in.
This is a
Yes,
vote.
I'm sorry. Yep.
This is voting for Tuesday.
Oh. Yes.
Ms. Brault,
no.
Mr. Down,
Can I go last?
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
No.
all right, 3-2. Carries.
We got to go to the original. now.
Yep, now back to the original motion with all the rest.
I had moved it and it had already been seconded.
Yes, sorry, moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Down.
Yes.
Yep, as amended.
Mhm.
Any discussion on anything else on that one, on the consent? Legal firms, district funds, yeah, nope, all right. Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
and I vote yes, the motion carries on the consent agenda.
With the exception that it is moving to
Tuesday nights, yep.
So that, okay. All righty, so moving on to 7.2 non-consent. Student A discipline. I recommend that the Board of Education approve the long-term suspension of student A from the Avondale School District for the first semester of the 2022-23 school year with placement at Diploma and Career Institute. Reinstatement to in-seat instruction at Avondale High School is dependent upon level of success at DCI, follow through with the youth assistance referral, and documentation of successful anger management counseling.
I'll move.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Down, second by Ms. Brault. Discussion. Mr. Down,
Yes.
Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
and Mr. Fisher is an aye. The motion carries.
Under 7.2B, adopt amended 2021-2022 budgets. I recommend that the Board of Education adopt the 2021-2022 amended budget as was presented.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Ms. Brault, second by Mr. Down. Discussion. Good job, Mr.
I
Trio.
think it was just presented
Yes.
very well by
Yes.
Mr. Trudeau.
Absolutely. All right, hearing none. Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Fisher is an aye. The motion carries.
All right. Under 7.2C, adopt the 2022-2023 millage rates. I recommend that the Board of Education adopt the millage rates for the 2022-23 school year as follows. General Fund, non-PRE, 18.000 mils. Debt Service Funds, 7.3000 total debt fund millage. And Sinking Fund, 0.8000 mils.
So moved.
I'll support. Oh,
I'll go with Ms. Davis on that one. Discussion on this one. Hearing none. Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
yes.
Mr. Fisher is an aye. The motion carries.
All right, 7.2D, adopt healthcare premium cost share resolution. I recommend that the Board of Education adopt the healthcare premium cost share resolution calling for the 20% premium share for employees.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Ms. Brault, second by Mr. Johnson. Discussion on this one. Hearing none. Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
and Mr. Fisher is an aye. The motion carries.
All right, under 7.2E, adopt the 2022-2023 budgets. I recommend the Board of Education adopt the 2022-2023 budgets as was presented.
I'll move.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Down, seconded by Ms. Davis. Discussion.
Come on, crystal ball.
That's right.
Gotta buy a new one.
Amazon, 2 days, baby.
I'm lucky.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
and Mr. Fisher is an aye. The motion carries.
All right, under 7.2F, appoint the Avondale High School Assistant Principal. I recommend that the Board of Education appoint Jason Danta, Assistant Principal at Avondale High School, effective July 1st, 2022, subject to legally required criminal record and unprofessional conduct checks.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Ms. Brault, second by Ms. Davis. Discussion.
Welcome aboard.
We haven't voted.
And we haven't taken the vote yet.
Oh, I thought.
He might not make it.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, I like the tie color.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for sticking with us. It's late.
Yeah, you're a trooper.
Yeah, yeah. Anything else? All right. I think
Who
we're ready.
seconded, who seconded?
Ms. Davis,
Okay.
Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Fisher is aye. The motion carries. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Welcome aboard.
Lucky to have you. All righty, moving on to 7.2G, accept resignations. I recommend that the Board of Education accept the voluntary resignations of Bradley Smith, interventionist teacher at Auburn Elementary, effective June 8th, 2022. Anthony Stanley, math teacher, Avondale High School, effective June 30th, 2022. Sandra Taylor, shared time teacher at Academy of Sacred Heart, effective June 30th, 2022. Brita Vorhar, shared time teacher, Academy of Sacred Heart, effective June 30th, 2022.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Brault. Discussion.
Yeah, the interventionalist.
Yep.
Interventionist, sorry. And the math teacher, those, did they get outbid by somebody that got pulled away, recruited?
No, the interventionist was a mutual parting.
Okay,
And Mr. Stanley, I think he took a job elsewhere. Check in just a second.
Yeah.
He's
Sure.
a special education resource room teacher in collaborative math and has accepted a position in a different county.
Okay, that's what I thought.
good, thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Tischer is an aye. The motion carries.
All right, 7.2H, adopt Avondale Middle School pilot courses, which you don't necessarily have to, but we'll go through the motions. I recommend the Board of Education adopt the Avondale Middle School pilot courses as follows: Intro to Technology, grade 6, Sports Literature, grade 8, Skills for Success, grade 6, Rocketry, grade 8, and Adventures in Math, grade 7.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Johnson. I'll second it. Discussion, sorry. Jeez.
I think they're great programs, kind of, it should be exciting for those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good start.
A little excitement for math.
Yep.
Adventure.
Might have to find a new name for that, but.
Based on those NWEA scores, we need quite a lot more attention.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Once they start launching rockets, they'll get some interest.
There it gets, yeah.
See it all in action.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, under 7.2I, adopt policy 8510 under wellness. I recommend the Board of Education adopt the revisions of policy 8510 wellness as presented.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Ms. Brault, seconded by Mr. Down. Discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
and Mr. Tischer is an aye. The motion carries.
All right, under 7.2J, approve virtual learning subscriptions under 2022. I recommend the Board of Education retroactively approve the following learning subscription purchases effective August 2nd, 2021 to Newzella Incorporated in the amount of $65,158 and Edmentum, which is Calvert Digital, in the amount of $29,000. This was an expenditure of the general fund paid for using ESSER grant funds.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Down, seconded by Mr. Johnson. Discussion? Mr. Down,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Tischer is an aye. The motion carries.
All right, 7.2K, approve Chromebook insurance service. I recommend that the Board of Education retroactively approve the Chromebooks insurance services effective January 10th, 2022 by school device coverage in the amount of $47,900 as an expenditure of the general fund paid for using ESSER grant funds.
So moved.
Moved by
Support.
Johnson, seconded by Ms. Davis. Discussion on this one. Hearing none. Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Mr. Tischer is an aye. The motion carries.
7.2L, approve Chromebook insurance services for 2023. I recommend the Board of Education approve Chromebook insurance services provided by Invisible Protect Express in the amount of $58,000. This will be an expenditure of the general fund paid for using ESSER grant funds.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Ms. Brault, seconded by Mr. Down. Discussion on this one. Hearing none. Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
and I vote yes. The motion carries.
All right, under 7.2M, approve virtual learning subscriptions for 2023. I recommend the Board of Education approve the Apex Learning subscription provided by Edmentum in the amount of $35,640. This is an expenditure of the general fund paid for using ESSER grant funds.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Ms. Brault, seconded by Ms. Davis. Discussion on this one.
No.
Hearing none. Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Tischer is an aye. The motion carries.
Last action item is 7.2N, adopting the completed year-end evaluation for the superintendent. I will turn that over to our board president, Mr. Tischer.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Schwartz. So we had our closed session at the request of Dr. Schwartz to go over the superintendent's evaluation, and I kind of wanted to report out the results of that evaluation. He was evaluated in 3 different categories: professional practice, which is worth 40%, student growth, which was worth 40%, and progress towards district-wide goals, which is 20%. So under the professional practice, and this is out of a 4.0 ranking, he received a 3.8. Under student growth, out of a 4.0, 4, I should say, he received a 4. And under progress towards district-wide goals, he received a 3.125 for a total score of 3.745, which is the total score when you do the math based on those percentages I just shared is 94%, which puts him in the highly effective category. So congratulations, Dr. Schwartz, for being in the highly effective category for another year. So with that, I make a motion that we adopt the completed year in evaluation for Dr. Schwartz's superintendent evaluation.
So. Go ahead.
No, you. Move.
Moving, I'm
All right, moved by Mr. Down, seconded by Mr. Johnson. Discussion on this.
Another great year. A lot of challenges as we talked about in years past. And I think that it all starts at the top. And that being you, Dr. Schwartz, as a superintendent, and your staff. I think you do a very good job of receiving what the board recommends and suggests and communicating and initiating a plan to effectively provide that. So it came through another great year with the highly effective rating that you received. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. It's a team effort.
Agreed.
It really is.
Thanks for saying that, Sean. That was very well. Yeah, I agree. I think you always seem to raise the bar, and we give you those goals, and you work very hard to achieve them. I think you do a fantastic job at doing that and leading the district in the right direction, and you're very proactive and creative at keeping the district on the right path. And just I think we are as a district, because of the things that you've done, I think we're an exceptional district in Oakland County, because of the things that we've done, things that you've done, and followed up with, like again, just setting the goals and achieving them.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah.
very good.
You come a long way.
I think we had a lot of good discussion around a couple of things so that we can focus on. I mean, you did get 94%, but there are a few areas that we were identified that were touched on that we're, constantly, I think, striving and working towards. So,
yep.
So I think that's good. So again, congratulations. And I echo what my colleagues' comments on that one.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Down,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Brault,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Tischer votes aye. The motion carries. And that concludes our action items for this evening. I think I've seen going to end.
Before we get to comments, can I request all of the confidential?
Yes, thank you.
sheets back this way? Thank you all.
So we have no discussion items on the agenda. So we will jump right to future meetings. So just a reminder that Wednesday this week, we do have a scheduled board workshop to talk about our board priority goals, or to set those priority goals for next school year. So that is here from 5:30 to 7:30. We will have food. I just need to know if folks are coming.
Yeah, that's, I
So
wanted
that's
to
the,
bring, yeah,
yeah.
I wanted to bring that up. So I have a family conflict, so I probably won't be in attendance on Wednesday. So,
I think Miss Washington is still out of town at that time too. And
I am tentative. Got tight schedules this week.
sounds like we need to push it. Push look like, Dr. Shore, is that August?
well,
will Terry be back?
Terry said he's coming back Tuesday, so he would be able to make it
Okay.
on Wednesday. He'll be a little tired, but he'll.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. He did mention.
I mean,
that.
we could perhaps schedule it for next week or the first week of August. Because I know trying to get people together in July is.
No,
We can't get people together in July, which is why we don't have board meetings in July.
Right.
Right.
So either we look at next week or we look at the first week in August.
First week of August is empty. I'll vote for that.
You're voting for the first week of August?
I am.
Okay.
It's a rough week.
Let me look.
Because the first week of August, I know we have a board meeting, which will be on that Tuesday now.
Monday, right? Wait.
It would be on that
Tuesday.
Tuesday now.
Oh,
We just voted for that.
okay, okay, I'm there.
So when we do a board workshop, we'll have that board meeting plus a workshop in that week, which probably would be Thursday, I would imagine. I don't know if they want to go back-to-back nights.
I could do the first week of August.
Right.
First week of August.
First of August.
Sounds like August.
First week.
Yeah.
At Tuesday.
Well, Tuesday would be the
Board
That's the
meeting.
board meeting.
now.
The board.
Update my
So
calendar.
we would be looking at potentially August 4th,
Fourth.
which would be that Thursday.
Thursday.
Okay.
Yep.
For the board workshop. Does that sound palatable or
So far, so good.
Yeah, so far so good for me.
so you'd prefer that over next week?
I think so. I
Okay,
think that's what you're hearing.
Yeah.
so that would be a board meeting on the 2nd and a board workshop on the 4th.
Um,
Would the time be the same on the 4th?
Yeah, or we can shift it to 6 to 8. That's better.
5, was it 5:30?
5:30.
5:30.
I have 5:30 to 7:30.
5:30 works.
That works.
That works. So same time, but change to August 4th. Okay,
Just throwing out there, we can start at 5:30 on that Tuesday and just go 90 minutes and then right into our board meeting. Just food for thought.
First board meeting of the year, though, it might go
Yeah, my
already.
rough, I'm just throwing,
we could do that if you want to put it at 5:30 and go right to the board meeting
but again, I can go either. I'm just,
and try to do 2 birds with 1 stone.
I'd rather do it separately just
Okay,
to
that's
stay
fine.
sharp and create because we need to dig in there and I want us to be,
I like that idea too.
that's fine. Yep. Okay. I was just, again, throwing it out there. That's fine.
Yeah,
Yep. Okay. I'm good.
All right,
I'm good.
so August 2 and 4.
Okay.
That,
Ooh, but I don't know why it went that way. Okay.
good,
we're good.
Yep.
and we'll make that change. Did Michael Jackson say that?
And in the mirror, actually.
Ooh. All right. On that note, we'll go to board comments. Who would like to start us off this evening?
I'll go quick and
Ms. Brault.
get it out of the way. It's been a long night, so I'm gonna be super duper short. Lots of changing of seats right now, in terms of staff members and administration and first and foremost, Marianne Monroe, you are a rock star and I'm so grateful for all that you've done and you'll be so missed, but we'll come and visit you in downtown Rochester and hope to see you again one day in some seat somewhere in Avondale. And to, all of the other folks in new seats, very exciting and lots of opportunity and just looking to start fresh in the new year. And that's all I got.
I'll go.
Mr. Down.
I'll keep it short too. I'm tired and I can't think straight. Yeah, thanks to I'm sorry, again. Mr. Ort for the middle school electives and the pilot programs that he's putting together. Sounds really exciting. That's going to be cool stuff. I think the kids will really get on board with those programs. And again, Mr. Gust, it's good seeing him, and he did his final sports athletic update, and he's going to be missed. I wish him the best of luck. And the man's always been amazing. He somehow knows every athlete and every kid in the school by name and his parents. And the guy is just phenomenal, and makes everybody feel welcome and at home at Avondale and the district, and really brings a family feel to the place. And he's going to be replaced by Kenny. He's going to do a fine job too. So, Marianne, yeah, you're a rock star. You've proven to take a very extremely, in my opinion, extremely difficult job and made it look very easy with your talents and your organizational skills and your colorful ways of doing things. And you'll truly be missed. And yeah, we'll have to look you up in downtown Rochester. So, and, Dr. Schwartz, congratulations for another highly effective evaluation. And yeah, you're a rock star, and you're a very hardworking guy. And
We got a whole band here, rock stars.
you somehow have this body armor that is phenomenal, second to none, to take the beating that you do, and you keep fighting through it. And you know, with COVID and all the obstacles that you've endured the past couple of years, it's been challenging. So, but yeah, again, thanks, congratulations, and thanks for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Go down to the other end, Miss Davis.
I'll go.
I'm here.
It has been a really long night. I echo all of my colleagues' sentiments. I want to say it's been a very, very long night again. But what stuck with me was Ms. Brunei said, we're catching up to our expectations. And I think that should become a baseline for all of us walking into the next school year. So I hope everyone gets a chance to rest and decompress and reflect and gear up for another great school year next year. Everyone has a good night.
I'll jump in. Happy Juneteenth. I'll say that out there. First time celebrating that at the board level here. Great presentations today across the board. Looking forward to those pilot programs and what comes out of there. Hopefully we can develop some good services and classes that really lift us up from an academic standpoint and a support standpoint from the students. Dr. Schwartz, again, highly effective as expected. Your bar has not dropped. But no, and you're a testament, because I love the humbleness and say it's part of a team. But again, it has to start somewhere. And we got a hell of a starting point with you. So I appreciate you being that compass that kind of provides that direction. Miss Monroe, I'll miss that smile, I'll miss that energy for sure. You beat me out the door by a couple of months. But no, you'll be missed up here. And as everybody mentioned, definitely plan on visiting downtown Rochester to see what's going on there. And congratulations to Mr. Dante, the new assistant principal. Looking forward to, we got to give him some different tie colors, and a little purple and gold to mix in there. We got to make that right. We should make that part of we should make a swag pack for new administrators.
Oh, there we go. Swag pack.
Make a swag pack. I think we got to make a swag pack.
Dan.
But other than that, thanks, guys. It's been a good night. Have a great summer. I look forward to everything starting off in August again.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Going to echo a lot of my colleagues' comments. Miss Monroe, best of luck to you. Congratulations as you open the next chapter of your life. So you will definitely be sorely missed here. So thank you for all that you've done. Your knowledge has just been incredible. So good luck in your future endeavors. To Keith Gus, and I think I might have shared this with some of you. I had Keith Gus for 6th grade math 30 some years ago. So just wanted to get that out there. So he will be missed. He's kind of the last of the old guard when you think of the Ray Wentz and the Moldenhauers and the Messinas and a lot of the other ones I went through with that were there quite a long time over the decades. So he's kind of the last of of the old guard, if you will. Good luck in your future endeavors. I know you'll be around for a few more months helping out, but good luck in retirement as well too. Great presentations tonight. I'm excited for what's to come at the middle school, and anything that can prepare our middle school students as they get into high school, I think is a great endeavor. Ms. McAvoy, if you could get out of communication at some point to Tuesdays. Yeah, not anytime soon, but you know, as we get,
I want people to gear up.
yeah, as we gear up, that would be
Every
good.
day for the next.
I don't know about every day, but
I do think that's a great idea because we've been doing it Monday for so long.
yeah. Yeah, we'll give it a whirl. That's all I had. Good night, everyone. Thanks so much. Stay safe and have a good rest of the summer. And we will see you back here in August.
Right. Just a reminder, we have our Diploma and Career Institute, or DCI commencements this Sunday, 2:00 at the Performing Arts Center at the high school.
Oh,
So
okay. Awesome. 2:00.
we would be assembling no later than 1:30. So
And that's just gowns, right?
that's just gowns, no hats. That's what we've done previously. So,
Sunday.
Okay.
but again, that's Sunday. Be there by 1:30 if you're able to come to the Performing Arts Center.
Good to know. Thank you for that, Dr. Schwartz. All right, I'll close this out at 11:02. Good night, everyone.